We've talked a lot over the course of the last several quarters and maybe even multiple years now about the secular bull run in technology. Is it over?
Dom, I think we should expect from time to time profit taking because tech has been a leader for the last decade, and it is overbought. So I think it is going to be from time to time going to show extended weakness. But to me, the underlying story driving technology, which is the productivity miracle coming from AI, is still intact. Mary Erdos even talked about this earlier this week from JP Morgan that there's been a payoff in spending, and Lisa Su at AMD as well as noting that productivity lift is the reason AI spending is rising. That's actually still a tailwind for tech stocks.
Tom, if I could just follow up, you manage funds now, especially an ETF that's heavily tilted in some ways towards some parts of that kind of technology, media, and telecom trade. Has anything changed with regard to the price action or the fundamentals that have taken some of those names perhaps out of your portfolios?
Dom, we just actually did a rebalance for the Granny Shots ETF, our large cap fund. We still actually have about 40% exposure to tech. It's about a market weight, but to us, the visibility and the spending is still very strong, and names like NVIDIA are still reasonably priced. I mean, NVIDIA at 28 times forward earnings is still less expensive than buying Walmart or Costco. Costco is almost 50 times forward earnings.
All right, Ross, with that in mind, as you watch the price action play out, does it surprise you at all that we've seen this kind of a sell-off? Could we expect more of this in the coming weeks?
I don't know if we'll get more of it, but investors should expect more of it. I mean, if you look even at the late 90s during the heyday of the dot-com bubble, 96 double-digit sell-off, 97 double-digit sell-off in the NASDAQ, 98 big sell-off on LTCM and some other weakness, and then 99 even big sell-off in the NASDAQ. So double-digit sell-offs even in bull markets driven by new technologies and exciting new technologies are really common. And this one, is just par for the course, I think, amid a broader bull market. So as long as the technicals and the underlying trend isn't too damaged, I think it is a dip you can buy. But I think investors should always expect a little bit more weakness. We've been on a tremendous run off the April lows. That kind of momentum can't sustain forever.
Ross, do you feel as though there is any kind of a case to be made for a possible rotation trade? We've been exploring the possibility that maybe this broadening out could include less AI and tech and more things like perhaps energy or financials, something else along those lines. Does that thesis play out in the coming quarters in your mind?
Sure, and I think it's incredibly healthy that as AI is pulling back, we're getting some nascent leadership.
So whenever I need more space,
and CEO of Barron Capital, which has $45 billion in assets under management. Ron is joining us ahead of the 32nd annual Barron Investment Conference. And Ron, it is great to see you this morning.
Great to see you too.
So 32 years, we've been doing this for a long time, not 32 years on Squawk Box talking to you on the morning of your annual investment, but a long time.
Amazing.
And we're going to jump into the investment, but I want to ask you, because there are a lot of people who look at a couple of days of declines in the markets. You're not one of them, but there are a lot of people who will look at that and say, uh-oh, is there a bubble here? And I know that is not one of your core investment things. In fact, you look at the opposite. You never look at bubbles or headlines or any of the rest.
Hello. Oh my God. I was doing an intro for literally 20 minutes. I'm so sorry you guys were not hearing me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I was talking for about 10 minutes. I was talking about 5-7 minutes. Good morning. Thank you all for coming in. Let's hit the like button as we come in. My mic was muted for literally 6 minutes as I was doing the intro. We are watching a couple of videos from Bulls and Bears, billionaire investor Ron Barron on the market. Take advantage of opportunities when they arise, as well as Tom, Hedge fund
and
manager
I started
Tom.
off in debt, and now I'm
There are live on CNBC.
not.
Market is
Now
at
I'm not in debt
600
anymore.
on QQQ,
So what do we do?
666 on
Not very
SPY.
much, just
It
looking
is
at
very
trying to
important to
understand
mark
where
the
there's
previous day 4
opportunities
p.m.
and if
close
there are
on
opportunities to try
QQQ,
to
which
take
is
advantage of it.
608 and
And over the
672
past,
on
it's really
SPY.
interesting. Last
I have been
month,
talking for 6-7
the
minutes
whole
and
market
everything
has
was
been
muted,
really
so let me
focused
go
on
over
technology
everything
and
again.
AI.
It is
And if it wasn't
quite
technology
incredible
or AI,
to see
stocks haven't
Tesla
done very
at
well.
385.
In fact, if you take the top
Right?
stocks
I
out of the
said
market,
literally 1 month
they
ago, hey,
represent
Tesla will play around,
38%
and in
of the
about
market,
probably the
and
second to
11%
last, right?
returns.
Second to third
That
week
when
of
you take
November,
that
which is
out,
right
those
now,
big
this is the
stocks
second
out,
week of
the
November,
return for everything else is
Tesla will
negative.
somewhere be
And in
sub
month
400,
of
and it really has done
November,
that. That is
October,
crazy to see.
we were down
Palantir is
in our
literally at
smaller and mid-sized companies,
166. That
third, something like
is
that.
insane.
And if you look at the returns,
It was at
the funds that we have
220.
invest in
That
technology
is
and
insane.
fast-growing businesses, they've done
IWM
very
has
well this
also
year.
slightly went down
The
overnight.
stocks,
Actually,
companies
has went
that
down
tend
overnight
to
from
invest in companies that are smaller and mid-sized,
237 to
they've done
233.
poorly. They've
There's a gap.
relatively flat year. It's
Somewhere
pretty
here as
amazing.
well. Previous
That's
gap.
what's happened.
But I was thinking of you earlier this week.
The market
when
is
Dow crossed
opening in 2
48,000
minutes.
for the first time,
Let
because
us
you are
get
somebody
ready.
who has basically said,
Volatility
never
index
bought a
is also
bond.
spiked
You're
here.
not going to make money if your money's either in a bank sitting there trying to earn investment or in a bond, that it won't keep pace with inflation. So you have always said that the market is the place to be. And when you think of big numbers, you've always said, yeah, that's going to happen. Those big increases will come with stocks.
Yeah, so I think about the stock market
Quick
and
legal
the
disclaimer.
economy
A quick legal
basically
disclaimer.
doubling every
Please
10 or
consult your
12 years.
personal financial
And
advisor before
that's
you
what's
make any
happened for my
decisions
entire
regarding your
lifetime.
personal
Everything
financial
doubles
situation.
every
I
10 or
am
12
not a
years.
financial
So
advisor. I do
what
not recommend that you
has to
buy or sell
happen
any
is the
securities
value
or
of your money
investments.
falls
This video is
4
for
or 5% a year.
information
That's
and
inflation.
educational
Falls
purposes
4 or
only.
5% a year, and the
Time
economic
is
growth has been about 2% a
9:30.
year. So it's about 7% a
MACD
year
is
growth.
slowly
And
trying
that
to
means
be.
everything doubles in 10 years. The value of your money falls in half every 15 years. So you got to make twice what you're making today in 15 years to
MACD
stay
is still
even.
bearish on the higher time
And
frame.
so stock market,
There we are at
so Bitcoin's been amazing,
666 on SPY.
obviously.
600 on QQQ.
And gold.
Very, very
I have
important
a few
psychological
gold coins
number.
that I've been
Let's hit the
buying.
like button as
Mostly I bought
we
in
come in,
2006 because I was outside of
everybody.
New York at that
Please.
time, and when 9/11 happened. And so I tell my wife, I want to buy some gold coins in case something really bad happens. We can escape. We can buy a car. We can buy a boat. I want to buy. And so she ignores me. And then I go to Stacks on 57th Street. And I start buying these coins. And then one day in the summer of 2006, 2007, it was $400 an ounce. She sees me walking in. She said, "What is that?" I said, "Gold coins." She said, "It doesn't look like gold. Let me see it." And so I show it to her, and she says, "What are you doing with this? It's heavy. What are you doing with this?" I said, "This will get us out of New York if there's a nuclear attack or something." And she says, "Are you crazy?"
I don't know what in the hell this guy's talking about. Market is still market's still looking bearish. Volatility index is spiked. Things are pretty expensive.
A little bit about Tesla, because you have been an investor with Barron
Tesla
Funds
getting hammered.
since 2014.
Today is a
so
major
more than a
red day
decade
for
that you've
Tesla.
been standing by Elon Musk. It's been a very good bet for your firm. You've made how many $1 billion on Elon Musk since then?
Made about $8 billion in Tesla from $400 million we started. And in SpaceX, we made about $4 billion.
I am waiting for a cycle.
Since we started
Warning
in
cycles are
2017.
being created.
So about 12 or 13 billion we made so far. I think we can make 5 times that
everybody
next
that
10
is
years.
tuning in.
You came out strongly in favor of his new pay package that could pay him $1 billion over time if they meet certain metrics.
Pre-market
It was not a
and the
surprise
higher
to
time
me
frame
because you've
MACD is
talked to us on the
bearish.
show for a
The bears
long
are the ones that
time
are in
about
control here.
how you feel
Deciding
about
what
him
to
and
do
how he is the key man and how none of these
9:35.
companies would be anywhere near where they are without him. Your conviction, why you believe in that, and and then your concentration in his stocks at this point. I was shocked. In your personal portfolio, I think 65% of your personal investments are tied to Elon Musk through either SpaceX or Tesla or XAI.
Still looking kind of bearish.
40% personally, it's about 40% in Tesla and about 25% in SpaceX, and the balance 35% in our mutual funds. And in SpaceX, I think we're going to make 10 times over the next 10 years. Tesla, I think we're going to make 5 times, and my mutual funds, I think we're going to make 3 times.
Time is 9:35. Bears are in control here.
So it's obviously riskier if you put a large percentage of your money in one entity. For our mutual funds,
$2,250.
it's about 22%
2K, 1 minute.
invested in SpaceX and Tesla, 11% apiece. And then XAI, that's an investment that's smaller right now, but we've only invested I guess $350 million in XAI. It's now worth $700 million. That was 2 or 3 years ago. And the next pricing is going to be probably double where it is now. It means about
pushing south off of
930
into 935. Wind direction is trying to be south off of market open with the higher time frame. Right, there could be a bounce at 935. This is 935. HOD, LOD is being made. 5-minute cycles. Right, 930 algo range just broke off in one single huge ass candle. Right, the bears are in control with the MACD and the volume on the 5-minute and the 15-minute that we saw in the pre-market. IWM is zigzagging. Let's go look at the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has gapped down. Okay, 1 second. Don't act tough now. Come on. Alright, I guess we will not look at Dow Jones. Our wind direction was south off of 930 into 935 with the pre-market. 935 is deciding what to do. This is the LOD and the HOD. 5-minute cycles are happening right now, or have happened for the last 4 to 5 minutes. Alright. Contracts are expensive. The VIX is spiked, but the puts are having a great time for the last 2 days, like crazy. Alright, we will go look at the QQQ and SPX on the higher time frame. SPX on the higher time frame has gapped down again from yesterday. We're at 6,660. Every time. Okay. There's a bounce coming. All right. Oh, the bulls are still trying off of 935 now. All right. 933. Time is 935. So, wow. Look at that push down below the trend line. Holy crap. That is below the previous all-time high and everything. QQQ dramatically pushed lower too. Wow. Okay. That is crazy, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 being extended now. Intraday cycles are saying. All right. Now bear traps are trying here at 935. Candles are saying, right? This is literally 3/3, right? What was happening yesterday as it was going lower, right? It was literally 3/3, 3/3, 3/3 being extended, and now it has been extended into now. Market deciding what to do, and market decided to break the roof here. All right, the bears are in danger here. All right. The bears are stuck off of 933 in the morning right now. Right, but I need to see a cycle confirmation. If there's a cycle confirmation that maybe says somewhere here and then breaks the HOD, then in my opinion, right, I'm seeing. I wasn't looking at these candles real quick, but right, It is a really, really good 935 bounce into 940 happening real quick off the morning open. I did not want to speculate when the candles are red, but in the first green or first or two, green, I could have real quick seen it. I just wasn't looking. I was updating my 940 broke the HOD as well, right? Let's see what happens here. 665.88, 660, 588. So this is the same HOD, but because this one is more recent, you would count this as the new HOD. So the roof technically did break here. Now we could draw the HOD and the LOD, but this is morning cycle, so they could trap the bulls too, and then trap the bears, and then decide to do something. But the bears are the ones that are stuck right now. The bears are the ones that are trapped overnight. We'll see what happens here off of 940. Low of the day. All right, I said in the WhatsApp group, I'm in 2K SPY puts at 932, and then I left literally 1 minute after and literally $250 profit because I did not want to get trapped. And then at 936, I said the bears are trapped now. Cycles are starting to truly create. All right, I was looking at other charts, so I was a little bit too late. But after a cycle or two, I think the bulls have advantage. And right now, the bulls are saying, hey, I had the advantage, but this is literally one cycle. How do I know that? Because time is 9:35. 9:38. Right, until 9:42, it signifies 9:40. So this is 5 minutes pushing off the 9:35 floor into the 9:40 HOD. High of the day. MACD is coming back from being bearish on the 1 minute. It was crazy bearish off market open with the MACD volume, and then it stopped right at when? 9:35. 9:35 exactly is right here, right? The first green candle, and then they reverted it into the HOD. So now they're deciding what to do with this HOD. Alright, we will. Cycle is being created here. There's already 1 or 2 candles. We are not below the VWAP. And this is technically bulls and bears are deciding what to do even with this roof cycle, whether how to create a cycle at morning. Wind direction is north right now, officially showing. Wind direction is north, officially showing. Alright, bulls are still here. Alright. The bulls are still here. 9:40. Our morning cycles are created, and it's being bullish, and it's bear trapping off of 9:35 into 9:40. Right, but I'm being more patient here. I low-key missed the floor after I did a spike down, so I am chilling off the roof. Time is 9:42, the last minute of the 9:40 candle. Amazing. We had some people do good on looks like. Right back to 666, so amazing. In the YouTube chat and WhatsApp group, so great stuff. 940. Roof is deciding what to do. We are at 666. 666 is a very important number. 600 is a very systematic important number. Let's hit the like button, everybody. Thank you very much, so that we can get the YouTube algorithms going. Appreciate it. We have videos from everyone. There's Michael Saylor. There's how AI is reshaping the work. How U.S. Trade Representative says we have a deal in Switzerland. Like, alternative data news too. It's everything. Alright, Roof is evaluating. I'm seeing what happens here at the HOD. I'm gonna draw the LOD on QQQ. Volume is bullish right now on the 1 minute.
At least when it was split on the prompter, and I just read what's there, St. Eve.
There's so many videos
he's been doing his own
right
data collection, and he joins us now with some of his findings.
Michael
Good morning.
Saylor, Tom Lee, we got a billionaire hedge fund.
Jobless claims from individual state reports. Department of Labor puts out some of this data, and we have it now from Haver, which seasonally adjusts. It's showing pretty much stable with some improvement, actually. Initial claims for the week of November 1st at 228,000, unchanged. A bit on the high side for recent numbers, but nowhere near the warning sign when you start to worry about the job market there. Continuing claims, again, a little bit elevated, but came down 18,000 for the week of October 25th. Again, missing a couple of states here. These numbers could change when the Department of Labor puts out the actual numbers. A couple states tend to be missing from these reports. We pick them up in the prior week, captured in the next week. Claims continue to tell a story of a low-fire economy.
Bears are the ones that are hurting every single minute.
Could be fine. Those who lose their jobs could be finding work
let's see what really
quickly.
happens here.
The data does
they
not
are going
at this
higher
point
off
be
of
picking up
935
the large
now.
number
So the
of
wind
layoff
direction was
announcements that
what?
we've had
South from
some big
pre-market
companies,
into
which only lead to
930
actual
into
job losses over
935
time. And may or may
wind
not
direction,
result in a
and that wind
jobless
direction
claims.
is now north from
Where you do see it
935
go,
into
the federal government. Take a
945,
look
right?
at
This is
federal jobless
940
claims.
algo ranging.
7,500. That's a
right?
pretty
Let's see what
large
happens
number
at
still,
945.
but it is
That's what's
down
really
from the
going
bigger
on,
number
right?
we got
940
last
is
week
algo
at
ranging,
10,000.
confirmed
Continuing claims
higher
continue elevated,
inside that
31,000.
algo range
The
into
thinking is that had there
945.
been an
Bulls
October
are
job
deciding
report, it
what
would have
to
shown a
do at
large loss
945.
of federal employees. That
945
number there, the
candle is like
31,000, I
spiking
can
up
claims the
more up
highest
and
since
down. So
2019.
showing bullish
These low jobless
visually
claims
still,
numbers part of the case made by the hawkish Fed members.
bulls are
They see stabilization in the job market.
the bulls are
and
actually
lean more towards that concern with
right?
inflation. Here's the probabilities: 52% for December, but 73% for January. So the thinking is that hey, maybe they do, maybe they don't pass in December, but you get that cut come January. City economists saying this morning, quote, soft labor market data has the Fed cutting multiple times in upcoming meetings in our base case.
947.
Well, you
Sorry,
need the data.
1 more minute.
But the BLS
The time
website
is
has this
9:50.
tantalizingly
50
hopeful
seconds
headline
here.
on
So
one
this
of
is
its
still
pages.
945, and the bulls are
Revised
spiking
news
it up
release dates
above the
following the
algo range.
225 lapse in
Above
appropriations.
the algo range. Let's
But
see
as
what
of
happens
now, those
above the
actual
algo
dates,
range now.
well,
Okay.
they're not there. There's nothing there. The kind of data that could help close that gap between the Hawks and the Doves. Right now, guys, the page is blank.
Our morning espressos look a little different on Virgin Voyages. 17 years with you. You still laugh at my stories, even though I know they're not that funny. You'll read this when we're back home, but this will be with us forever. I'm so glad we're here.
Wow, bulls are still here. I'm waiting right now. I am still waiting right now. At least I ain't going against the trend right now. Wind direction is north off of market open into 945. Market is going higher. VIX is pulling back. I am gonna draw the arrow, even though the candles are going and going and going. Look at the volume coming in. Look at the RSI, right? It was flying and flying and flying. It's continuously flying every single minute. That's actually beautiful to see. Actually, FOMO, beautiful to see, but it is what it is, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and they are going higher into 950. But I mean, I literally did the right direction before this push up, so it is what it is. Now I am not. I'm just watching the 3/3 now. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna cycle before, even if they go higher here. In my opinion, they're gonna cycle before. But we are right at 600. 666 SPY, and there may be people that are taking a chance on that too, right, out there in the world, just like they did right when that level was reached last week on Friday, last week on Friday. But now this is the second time, right? Strong reaction coming off of 945 into 950. Now this is strong reaction. This is the 3/3 bull territory. They ran it. They ran it. All right. Wow. Strong push. Time is 9:50. Look at that candle going crazy on QQQ still. Beautiful. I can't even lie, that's beautiful. Like that 940, 940 algo range and then pushed higher, so beautiful. Into 950. So 5, 10, 15 minutes. Bulls in control. Right. We are going to draw the cycles. This could go higher, but they could cycle reject here before. And why? We're above the algo range, right? There's no confirmation rejection at all. I'm just saying what could happen. I'm just saying what's one of the possibilities. If there even is a rejection here, they may leave in a big red candle or two, and then a cycle confirmation may happen. But even right now, I'm chilling. One third, 2/3, 3/3 it off of 930 into 935, and then 935, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 it up until 950. Right. That is what cycle analysis says. Right. We are above the algo range. Market is just pulling back for 1-2 minutes. Right. It's literally what I said at when 9:49 a.m. This is not a cycle confirmation. Maybe 1 or 2 red candles, then trap expected or cycle to be created expected. Right? I literally said that before this red candle came. So I mean, it is what it is, but it's literally happening. I'm just watching what happens. It's literally doing exactly the shit I said. 1 red, 2 candles, and then cycle is being created either to bear trap here or to cycle create to confirm to go lower, and then bear trap or cycle confirm to go a little bit lower, and then like I don't know, we'll see. Right, MACD and volume, very important to see what happens right now. We're gonna go look at IWM2, IWM trading view. The Russell 2K is spiked up, and then deciding what to do. I hate trading view sometimes. I love trading view. Thank you. Don't hate me. I love you, trading view. I love you, Mr. Trading View. Okay. Time is 9:51. The market opened 20 minutes ago. Oh, we gotta watch this one. All right. We got Michael Saylor coming in. There's no cycle confirmation rejection happening. We're just at the roof.
Last time our next guest was on CNBC, he was expecting Bitcoin to be $150,000 by the end of the year. Want to find out if he's changed
bless
his
you
tune
all, folks.
since
Please,
late October,
please
given
hit
the
the
recent
like
move
button.
in the
Thank
crypto
you so
space,
much
looking at
for
Bitcoin right
already
now at
hitting the like button. We are at 60 likes.
$94,632.
Thank you
Michael
so
Saylor is
much,
here,
guys.
strategy founder
That
and
is so
executive
much
chairman.
already. Thank
Good
you so
morning
much.
to you.
Market literally opened 20 minutes
What
ago.
do you
The bulls
think?
are in control.
150
The
by the end
bulls
of the
are
year?
pushing.
What do you think's happening
HOD
here?
broke.
You know,
HOD
I think
broke.
we all want to go to the moon, but if you want to ride the rocket, you got to be prepared to pull the G's. Over 5 years, Bitcoin's had like 6 brutal drawdowns. If you roll the clock back 13 months, we were sitting around 68,000. And then after the Trump election, we had this incredible rally from 68 to 106,000 in 5 weeks. If you go back 14 months, we were about 55,000. And so if you'd said we're going to go from 55,000 to 94,000 in 14 months, that would have exceeded any reasonable investor's expectations. Over 5 years, Bitcoin's up about 50% a year on average for the 5 years.
Divergence at the
Gold and
roof.
S&P are setting the cost capital to 14%.
Or not.
My company's
Divergence is
strategy is
clearing.
up 71%,
Divergence
equivalent
cleared.
to NVIDIA.
No divergence.
There's no other
All right.
stock in the S&P
New
that's
roof. This
done
is
any
bear trap
better.
into 955. The bulls
I
are
think the
in control here.
volatility comes with
Into
the territory.
955
If you're going to
at the
be
minimum.
a
The
Bitcoin
time is
investor, you need a 4-year
9:55.
time horizon,
Right.
and you need
This
to
is
be
the
prepared
first
to
minute
handle
of
the
the
volatility in
9:55
this
candle.
market.
So when you look at the price right now, and then we'll talk about the implications for
We'll see what
strategy, but
happens.
when you look at the price right now,
Right.
what does the
1/3,
upside
2/3,
at this
3/3.
moment look like to you, and what does the downside in this moment look like
Overnight.
to you?
Futures move
You
to
know, I feel
and this
like
bearish push
we
off
put
the
in a
market
pretty
open.
strong base of support around here.
Market
There's an
open looked
incredible
crazy
amount
bearish, though. I'm not gonna
of
lie. Looking
leverage
at the
coming out of the
15 and
system,
5
a
minute,
lot of
it
liquidation.
looked crazy
A
going
lot
off.
of the OG
long,
holders
just
were
off
selling
market
at the
open, but
$100,000
right off
level.
935 was the perfect
and so
first opportunity,
I'm
and they
fairly
went
comfortable
super
at
nice
this
off
level.
that.
I would think that we'll build from this base and we'll rally from here. Obviously, it's hard to make a forecast for the end of the year right now, given what's happened over the past few weeks, and especially the shift in the macro environment. But, you know, as you know, my view is Bitcoin's going to outperform gold. It's going to outperform the S&P. It is digital capital. And so if you're a long-term investor, this is the place to be.
No cycle
In terms of the way your fund is structured and the debt that
bullish.
you've taken out to effectively buy a Bitcoin, what are the trigger points, just so people understand the full risks involved for you, in terms of some of these preferreds and other things, in terms of where Bitcoin needs to lie, either on the low end?
Well, I mean, it's pretty important to note that we're not even 1.15 times levered. We're very fractionally levered, and our debt that we have is 4.5 years out. So we don't really have any trigger points anytime soon. And if Bitcoin were to fall 80%, we're still over collateralized and we're fine. So our balance sheet's pretty stable. The company's strategy, just like an intelligent bank, would be to build amplification for the common stock using preferred equity. So the equity never comes due. It's a dividend payment declared by the board. It's not a coupon. We can't be in a default.
Higher.
There is no credit default situation
They can go
from
higher
the digital credit that we're selling at this point.
Higher.
I was curious if you could comment on something we heard from Cathie Wood last week. You know, she has a target, I think by 2030, she had it at $1.5 million a coin, and recently suggested it might actually be closer to a 1.2, which is still pretty remarkable unto itself.
$1.2 million a
and yet,
coin?
when she explained her new rationale, it was actually that stable coins, the sort of emergence of stable coins and the growth of those coins being used for transactions, she argued could ultimately crowd out some of the use case for Bitcoin. What did you think when she said that?
I think the entire digital assets economy is exploding and growing in a bunch of different dimensions. Right now, the way to think of it is that half of the economy is built around Bitcoin. It's digital capital. Bitcoin is digital gold. And the killer application on top of digital capital is digital credit. Instruments like Stretch, STRC, credit instruments that pay yield. And that's a very simple business.
Time
the
is
other half of the economy is digital finance, and it's going to be built on the proof of stake networks that are
Every
emerging.
candle is
the
going
Ethereum
higher and higher
Solanas,
every
the
single
BNBs.
minute.
And the killer application for that part of the digital assets economy is tokenized currencies, a la stable coins, tokenized securities, tokenized real-world assets, tokenized brands, and DeFi in general. Well, that's a very complicated technical development, and I'm sure that stable coins are going to go from hundreds of billions to trillions of dollars, but it's not really competing with digital capital. No rich person wants to buy the currency instead of an equity or a real estate or a capital asset.
Michael, given where Bitcoin's trading right now, are you buying?
We are buying. We're buying quite a lot, actually, and we'll actually report our next buys on Monday morning. I think people will be pleasantly surprised. In fact, we've been accelerating our purchases.
Are you ever not buying, Michael?
No, we're always buying. Bitcoin's always a good investment.
But no, that's interesting, though, in terms of buying today at $95,364 versus buying 2 or 3 weeks ago. You're saying you were buying it at both. If you were to look over the last year, sort of at your average, do you weight the buying based on trading?
We now own nearly 3.1% of the network, and we bought it on a blended average about $74,000 a coin. The point that I would make for any investor is, if you have money you don't need for 4 years or longer, and if you don't trust anybody, you want no counterparties, you just want to own a piece of the global digital economy, you buy Bitcoin. It's the commodity. If you're an equity investor and you want to bet on digital credit and you want to bet on digital capital and you want some amplification, you buy an equity like MSTR. Right. If you have money for less than 4 years and you're an investor and your time frame is 12 weeks, you should buy the digital credit. For example, the credit instruments we've created have stripped the volatility off of Bitcoin. Bitcoin's vol is like 45 on a trailing 30-day average. We have instruments at 28, 21, 15, and stretches a vol of 8. So if what you want is like a serious...
These candles are making me feel it.
You want the credit. You don't want the equity or the commodity.
Hello traders, in this video we're going to introduce the Smart AI indicator, which we developed in partnership with OpenAI. This indicator delivers AI powered insights that would take days for a professional trader to
so loud. Just 2 hours ago at 8.
A portfolio manager's perspective, are you at least a little frightened, or have you changed anything about your methodology based upon what you've seen over the last week or so?
Well, thanks for having me on, Dom. Not frightened at all. The numbers are dictating that you shouldn't be. 83% of S&P 500 names beat their earnings in the last earnings season. So nothing to be frightened about there. You're going to have any serious correction here. Those numbers have got to change.
Now, the AI trade has been the focal point of this, rightfully so, because mathematically speaking, it is a massive part. The AI direct trade and the kind of first and second order derivative trades now represent a massive part of the market. How worried should you be, and would you be looking for buying opportunities on any further pullback?
AI definitely is dominating the news, and it's obviously making a lot of money for people who have invested in it early on. I think right now what investors are looking for is kind of like the picks and shovels back, going back to the 49ers and the gold miners, where we're trying to figure out, all right, listen, AI is out there. The chips have made a lot of money. What else is there? And so my clients are looking actually on electricity, the XLU specifically, because that's going to drive earnings. It's typically been a boring asset class, utilities. Not anymore. Up 30% this year, top performing sector in the S&P 500. And this AI trade, I think, is going to propel it even more, because this demand for power that AI needs is astronomical. 3 states, California, is going to take to power all these data centers.
So do you think that, you mentioned you see further gains ahead for that utilities trade? It is one that's seen already a big gain so far this year. Just how much can a derivative trade on a central theme like AI play out in the coming years?
Listen, I think we're in the second inning of this AI trend. I mean, if you look at companies that I speak to who are my clients, very few of them are doing more than ChatGPT. That's the second inning, in my opinion.
People that just look at candles and not understand
out there and software that's being put out on an almost monthly basis from that sector. And so I think we're in the second inning. And so if you believe that as well, then I think this utility trade has a lot more legs because of that.
Do you feel like the word of the day? We often ask about that kind of thing. What exactly is your word of the day or theme?
Yeah, K-shaped. When I speak to clients every day, they're trying to figure out, like you just said, should we be scared or not? And I'm saying, listen, we've got two economies right now. We've got one where you've got 83% of the S&P 500 names up, and you've got also rising unemployment. You've got 30% mortgage deficiencies, and so there's a lot to be said on both sides of the economy. But I think investors need to be
this could bear trap off this too, but it's bear strong right now.
You're not investing in the economy when you're buying a stock. You're investing in a specific name that has a long trajectory of earnings growth, and when you're buying a stock, and you're not buying the overall economy. So I think investors really need to be keenly aware of kind of like not listening to the news headlines so much, but really kind of do your homework and look at what you own.
And before we let you go, really quickly, are you fearful for 2026?
Not right now. Until I see the numbers change, I'm still very upbeat and bullish for 2026, given what's going on with companies and earnings.
Thank you for that. Opening bell.
Look, all I know is that the American consumer is going to start not eating beef unless this happens, because it's demand destruction. It's that bad out there.
Let's get this opening bell and the CNBC real-time exchange. And the big board,
IWM is outdoor range bounce trying bear trap at 10:05.
David Cody's in the house.
IWM bear trap trying.
In a moment. At the NASDAQ, nuclear tech company Terrestrial Energy doing the honors.
I hope they're doing better than a lot of the other nuclear companies. You do these search for nuclear and for quantum and for bit, and you just say, oh, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000. These are ground zero. And these are the ones that have to cease hurting people before we can advance.
We did have Michael Saylor on Squawk a few moments ago.
Yeah.
MicroStrategy, obviously, intense selling pressure. It's down about 40% in a year.
It's a cycle confirmation now. I'm at 4.3K. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Run me out. 650. Come on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Come on, baby. One more candle. Come on. Fuck.
I don't like his strategy.
What is this candle?
It's a good way to.
What the fuck is this candle? Come on. One more candle. All right, I'm leaving half. Oh my. Come on. Okay, I left 2.1K. Come on, baby. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going bearish. Time is 10:05. 10:05 is deciding whether to go to 666.49 here. Off the 10 a.m. top. 10 a.m. top on BESTSPY and everything. 10 a.m. top, right? Deciding what to do off of 10:05. 10:05 is bear trap trying now off of one candle. Sound like a sheep right there. Okay, 10:05 is bounce trying at time is 10:05. Until the low of that candle breaks, all bears are in danger and stuck because there's an algo range here at 10. There's an algo range at the roof at 10. Time is 10:05. All right, the bear trap is trying right now off of 10:05. Cycles are building. Man, it looked good for 1 second, but no, they're doing a look below and break back up on IWM. It looked literally good for 1 minute. And the bulls are now back in control, testing the roof. They have the power to break the roof or not, and most likely here, they already broke the roof on the QQQs. Roof break is already here. Right, they broke the roof. New wind, the wind direction is still north. Cycle confirmation did not happen. Day cycle confirmed it, bounced it lower to 10:05. 10:05 went to 10:10, and 10:10 is deciding what to do at the first minute. Sorry, that's 10:05. It's deciding what to do. There's an algo range now at 10:05. Market crazy right now. All right, someone said NVIDIA. You want to look at NVIDIA? I think we should look at IWM. IWM, the most important right now, so I'm watching IWM. Minus 10, 10. All right, the bears and bulls are fucking fighting it at the fucking top of the flag at the new roof with no cycle confirmation rejection, with the bears stuck, with the bulls at the top, deciding what to do. And the bulls are getting trapped in one single candle, right? This shit is literally crazy. It's crazy right now, bro. Look at this. Moving crazy, right? I think I went a little bit too early, but it's good. I made a little nice money. I'm just waiting for 666.50 to be honest, and I'll be out. And I am. Come on. I'll be up $650 for the day if that shit happens. But today's Friday, folks. All right, November 14th. All right, please go watch the market update video we did on the beginning of this week and the beginning of November, please. Very important to watch. We drew a downward trend line as it was happening, and we called out that there was a downward trend line after it did create it, and they literally using it this entire month. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. And 606.66 is being tested like a clockwork. Like clockwork. Can't even believe it. But we are getting, this is showing us a bounce off of 600 to 604 for now. This is showing a bounce off of 666 to 668 for now, right? 669. That's the reality. That's what's going on, right? The bears and bulls are fighting right now. MACD turning bearish here. But I can't really say it's bearish because technically it's bullish until cycle confirmation occurs. Cycle confirmation occurs is breaking this down, but it would be too late by then. So we'll see. Market is still evaluating the new roof. There is no cycle confirmation rejection. Why? Because they just broke the roof. This is technically bull territory with the candles looking bearish. That's all it is. This is bull territory with the candles looking bearish and the candle coming in stupid green. So I'm going to chill out for 1 minute. I am still in for 1.9K. I'm chilling, so I will market deciding what to do. Bears are the now ones stuck here. Look at the MACD pulling back. All right, if that candle broke down right there, obviously bulls would have been completely toast. But right now, off that one single candle, everything pulling back bearish side. So now the bulls are coming back off into 10:10. Right, they're playing within 10:05, 10:05. That's you can clearly imagine what's going on here. This is pivot point trading. No cycle confirmation rejection. They're burning the bears, to be honest, with these candles. Well, as the burning the bears right now. 668.65. The bulls are the ones that are trying to go higher right now, trying to create a cycle confirmation showing higher. Weird cycle, but I mean, it's happening. We have 154 people. God bless every one of you, wherever you are in this amazing country, right? My fellow Americans, 07, or my fellow international people, please hit the like button. My fellow human beings, all right? Today is Friday. God bless you. Today is a great day, okay? It's been a great week, so. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get a cup of water. I'm about to leave in a spike candle or two if there is one, but yeah, I am drinking now. 1 second. shit. Sorry. Oh my god. I should not use that word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Time is 10:15 and 30 seconds here. I am out. Holy $2,200 out. Booked. Let's go. Wow. God did. Wow. 668 puts. I'm all out. Easy. $650. Almost 700 for the day. All right. Time is 10:12. 1 second. I'm gonna mute up. Shit. I had 16 SPY contracts. That was amazing. $10.15. All right, look at the MACD and volume coming in. Man, that was a look at that cycle creation at the roof. Wow, look at that. Look, I literally said in the WhatsApp group, right? Pay attention to IWM. I literally said, pay attention to IWM. Important watch at when 10:04 a.m. 10:04 a.m. Right, IWM right now deciding what to do. Cycles are right now creating bearish trying at 10:04 a.m. Right, amazing shit. Right, I literally joined a little bit too early, but it is what it is. At 10:58, all right, 9:58. Right, I DCA'd into 3.7k SPY puts. 9:58 was right here. It looks sus as fuck because the candles are going higher and higher. The candles are going higher and higher. Alright, cycles are being created here. They did not, they actually did not. They are not hitting the 660, 650 right now. They literally are creating a horrendous cycle here to bounce it at 10:15. That is crazy because I literally said this shit in the WhatsApp group too. When I was drinking the water, I was like, I'm looking at TP right here before target line, and they fucking did that shit. Yo, that is godly. That is godly. All right. That is godly. Oh man. Today is a good Friday, folks. All right. Now the bulls are coming back off 10:15. Right, into 10:20 trying. Let's see. All right, anybody can join the WhatsApp group, by the way. Or anyone can request to join the WhatsApp group. Right now, I am kind of relaxing, waiting for a bigger cycle to create, to be honest. But yeah, that is. HOD broke into 10:15. They're chopping it at the top. Canceling every single cycle confirmationing lower, but they're breaking the roof on SPY. That is something. sideways actioning. Alright, unless this goes higher into 1020, which it did, okay. Sideways actioning. As I say, algo range being created, but like they're already using an algo range all up here to break the roof. This is kind of confusing. It's best to be, you know, be a little bit cautious of what they're showing, because they're showing up and down, up and down, up and down like nothing. Up and down, up and down, up and down like nothing. I literally I say what I do when I say what I do, right, in the WhatsApp group. There's somebody in the live stream right now saying, "Hey, can you please advise everyone what strike expiry while you're taking in trade? This will help all of us. This is a request." You're not gonna. I'm not. What are you? Please. This is not a. I'm not a. What? Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, but whoever wants to join the WhatsApp group should join, but you guys are gonna... Wow. This person is not even on the WhatsApp group looking at anything, right? So you gotta go. You gotta go, right? You're at the wrong place, brother, if you're looking for someone to be on YouTube to be like, "Oh, sir, this is..." I literally... Like, what are we talking about here? What? Are we... What? Okay, I'm gonna move on. Time is 10:20. Yeah, whoever's here in the live stream, right, bro? Literally listening to me verbally, like, whoa. Thank you, thank you. Alright, time is 10:20. I'll go ranging at the roof. Cycle is being created here. Alright, the bulls are trying off of 10:20. Let's see what happens. Alrighty. Bulls and bears are both trying to be honest, to be fair. Barely any cycle confirmation happening. They are using 1 minute candles to extend the bullish cycle and to hover at the roof. Hover at the rough.
Ali, love you here.
Or not, alright. Bull trap. They're hiding, you know what I mean? They're hiding. That's what's going on. They're hiding something. Or they're trapping everyone, so.
Frameworks for agreements on reciprocal trade with El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, and Guatemala. Joining us right now on the latest on trade negotiations is United States Trade Representative Ambassador Jameson Greer. And Ambassador, thank you for being here today. The way it's being boiled down, at least in the headlines, and tell us if this is the right way of seeing this, is that there are going to be exemptions to these tariff barriers that are there for goods that we can't produce in America, things like bananas, things like coffee, or maybe even things that we want to see lower prices on, like beef. Is that the fair way to frame it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, since the outset on April 2nd, when the president announced his reciprocal tariff program, on April 2nd itself, there were some items that weren't subject to tariffs. And then in early September, the president put out a notice to the world saying, as I start to conclude these deals, we're going to let out tariffs on some of these things that we don't make in the United States. And so this is just following through on that promise. He's made the deals now. In addition to these 4 Latin American allies, we have deals with a number of Asian allies, also the UK and the EU. We have a critical mass, and so the president's determined, now that we have this in place, we have these deals in hand, it's time to take off some of these tariffs on products we don't make here.
The Democrats did very well in the elections a couple of weeks ago in New York City, New Jersey, Virginia, and there are some people who say that this is the administration's focus on more affordability, because that affordability catchphrase is something that the Democrats have been trying to play up and make political hay with. Is that true?
Well, I mean, the reality is, at a macro level, the president's trade program has been incredibly successful. We've opened up markets for our exporters. We're reining in the trade deficit. Are there micro areas like bananas or coffee or cocoa or things like that where we don't need a tariff? I think that's right. The president appropriately used them as leverage to get these deals. I mean, Ecuador, that's a country. What do they export to us? A lot of bananas, coffee, things like that. Some of these other countries. So it makes sense when you're making a deal and giving tariff relief. It's mutually beneficial for them and for us. So the timing is right.
I guess my question would be more pointedly, though. The president himself has said that while these are goals that we want to increase production in the United States in areas where we can, we may have to live with higher costs for a short time. I think his comment at one point was maybe for Christmas you get one toy, one Barbie doll instead of 2 or 3. Is that still the mindset of the administration, that, look, these could be painful in the short term, but these are goals that long-term really matter, and we're focused on
one
that.
Candle. That is great.
Well, when you're adjusting supply chain, companies always have some reallocation of costs, and they don't like that. When we look at prices overall this year, prices generally are in check, and like I said, I think there are kind of these micro areas, edge cases, and some of them are things at the grocery store, right? But a lot of these things are healthcare or housing or education, things that have nothing to do with the import or export of goods. So I mean, I don't think we want to have super cheap stuff from Asia that undermines our own manufacturing. But at the same time, we haven't seen a huge increase in some of those kinds of goods. So I think you have to go product by product, really, in these kinds of cases.
I know you are headed to London later this month to work on trade and tariff issues with the UK. Is that the next in line? Is it Switzerland? Where do things kind of stand in terms of the who's on deck?
Sure. So Switzerland is probably the next one. I just met with them yesterday afternoon. I've spoken with the president just this morning and yesterday. I've coordinated with cabinet colleagues, Secretary Lednick, Secretary Besson, the Chief of Staff. And this is something where we've essentially reached a deal with Switzerland. So we'll post details of that today on the White House website, where they're going to send a lot of their manufacturing here to the United States, pharmaceuticals, gold smelting, railway equipment. So we're really excited about that deal and what it means for American manufacturing.
Big bear trap now.
How long was that deal in the works?
On
and
QQQ,
what
really going.
pushed it over the top?
Well, it's really been in the works since April, when the president started his reciprocal trade program. Switzerland, like dozens of other countries, have been extremely interested in having market opening deals with the United States, where they open their markets to us, and we modify the reciprocal tariff somewhat for them. Like all of the president's deals, we keep a tariff. We retain a tariff on these countries because we have to get the trade deficit under control. But because Switzerland, for example, has agreed to manage its trade surplus with the United States in terms of making sure that things where they have a surplus with us, pharmaceuticals, gold, etc., their companies are going to build here, so it's going to eliminate some of the sources of that surplus. I mean, we've already seen Roche has actually broken ground already for a pharmaceutical facility in the United States. That's really exciting.
Ambassador, there's a lot of conversation about affordability. That seems to be the buzzword of the moment. Apparently, it was discussed with the president and some CEOs just a couple of days ago at the White House. I'm curious, when you think about some of the tariffs that have now been lowered on countries that export things like bananas and coffee and the like, whether that's an acknowledgement to any degree that tariffs have raised costs to American consumers.
Damn. They kind of got my 1K down like
it depends
a couple
what the importers do
with
the tariff. Our assessment, and frankly my experience as a trade attorney out in the private sector, is that when you impose a tariff, it ends up getting allocated along the supply chain, and the more foreign producers and suppliers you have, the more they eat that tariff because they want to compete to keep market share in the United States. If you're in a situation where you have a sole source provider overseas, then they're more likely to pass it along. I've been in contact with a lot of the U.S. companies that process or use things like coffee or cocoa or bananas or things like that. And they've said, listen, we've had some secular price increases over the past 2 years because of weather events in Brazil or other places like that.
Damn, I was up $700 here,
when you look at the
and now I'm
overall
up
price
like
trend,
300
it hasn't been because of tariff. It's been because of these other events going on, and just supply and demand. Now, if the tariff has been passed along to the consumer by these retailers, and a lot of them I think have withheld it, at least that's what they've told me, we expect that any price savings will go along to the consumer. I mean, that is the expectation. So we'll see what happens.
What was the rationale then for shifting the tariff prices for countries like Guatemala, for example, or some of the other countries where bananas and coffee and other things were coming in? I thought it was to make it more affordable for Americans, which to some degree is an acknowledgement that the tariffs raise prices on items like that.
Well, every trade deal has concessions on both sides, right? And so our concession to Ecuador and a lot of the other countries we're negotiating with right now, who are close to deals but not quite there, is to make sure that they can send us things that we can't make. It coincides with the concessions they're making to us to open their markets to American poultry, pork, beef, industrial goods, etc. Our services companies. So this is part of the normal push and pull, but also coincides with the president's commitment in September that he was going to remove tariffs on some of these hard to find items, or items we can't grow in the U.S. just due to the climate. I mean, it's something he signaled for the past 2 months, and now we have a critical mass of agreements with countries who make this stuff. So this is good timing.
Got safety protocols?
IWM going
Granger
up
has the
and
safety
down
pros
right
too.
now. Going up and down. That's dangerous as hell.
Changing the way employees work, it's also transforming the way the human resource leaders consider how AI will change jobs. For company leaders, there are often more questions than answers. CNBC polled some top HR experts to get their take on all of this. And guess who's here at the table? Sharon Epperson. She joins us now with the survey results. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. AI, of course, is changing the way that HR leaders think about their workers. So over the past week, CNBC conducted a flash survey of about 20 senior HR leaders, all members of the CNBC Workforce Executive Council. We wanted to get their views on the impact of AI on jobs. 22% said AI is having no impact on jobs at all. By impact, we mean a significant portion of an employee's previous tasks have been automated or the way they work on a daily basis has changed. Now, 50% of the HR leaders said fewer than half of jobs at their organizations were impacted by AI, while 17% said nearly half or more than half of jobs were impacted, and 11% said they weren't sure. As you might expect, that'll change in the next 12 months. 45% said AI will impact nearly half or more than half of all jobs in the next year.
Time is 10:35 here in 54
said less than
seconds.
half of all jobs will be impacted, and 11% said none will be impacted. In fact, the same number of leaders expect headcounts will increase as those who expect a decrease in the next 12 months, while 38% said their companies will maintain their current headcounts. And for HR leaders who plan to reduce their workforce over the next year, a general need to cut costs was the only reason chosen. Not inflation, not tariffs, decreased demand, or efficiency from AI. In fact, 61% of HR leaders said AI has made their company more efficient. 39% said it's too early to tell. And 78% said AI has made their workforce more innovative, while 17% said AI has not made a significant impact on its workforce yet. These HR leaders say learning how AI can augment human interactions is critical. It's an opportunity to accelerate the human experience, not to replace it, Andrew.
For 10 seconds,
I don't see how. And so just help me with this. Did the members of the CNBC workforce, this council, the executive council, offer other insights exactly about sort of how they expect AI to evolve, if you will, inside the workplace?
Well, we did get some comments from some of them, and some said it's just too early to tell. Others said that you don't want to just chase an AI product without really understanding how your workforce is going to use it just because you think it's the next best thing. The other thing that they said is when they're, in terms of hiring, they're going to look at skills-based AI hiring, not the traditional degrees that people think that you need to have for certain roles. And what's going to be interesting, though, is as they're looking at this increased efficiency, how are they actually measuring that? And how are they, the time that may be saved for different jobs, how is that going to work out?
I'm going to throw one last question at you. Because I have children, Becky's, we all have children at this table.
Yeah.
And everyone always says, well, what are you supposed to go learn in this environment? And there's some parents I know who are telling their kids, you don't use AI because you should be learning how to write and do math and all these things. I have sort of come around to the view that actually you want your kids to be, you know, super native AI ninjas, if you will, because that is going to, being a great prompter could ultimately be the skill.
Absolutely.
Strangely enough.
Absolutely. I do think it's very important to have those skills. And even in areas where they're saying that it's not going to have as great an impact, whether that's healthcare jobs or education, some manufacturing jobs, even there you really need to know AI because it's going to work into those skills in some way.
It's not an either or, it's an and.
It's an and,
you need to know how to communicate, how to write,
absolutely,
to do all of those things.
Absolutely.
But you need to do this too.
Absolutely. Yeah. The liberal arts background is still very important, but add to that having those skills and understanding AI and just, you know, figuring out how you can use it just a little bit. And they're already doing that. You know, many schools are already making sure that students are learning.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours.
Still north showing. Everything is pointing. Again, like earlier, a little bit. Again, like earlier. Man. This time, do we get a boom up, right? It could not be exactly like last time. It could be the exact opposite right now because there are bears stuck down there. So, let's see. Yeah, big boom upcoming. I'm about to just leave this shit so I can be in profit today. Man, from 668, this shit hurting. Not gonna lie, 1K is hurting. Someone's saying Dr. Barry. Yo, it's funny as hell. Time is 10:48 HOD. Why is NVIDIA doing something crazy right now? NVIDIA better be doing something crazy if he's saying Dr. Barry. Alright, please. Alright, Dr. Barry only when NVIDIA and Palantir be wallin'. The bulls are here right now, guys. I'm feeling it on this 1K. I did not leave, honestly, on this breakout, and this is a breakout coming right now. 608 gap fill on QQQ.
Today, one major topic of conversation, investing in AI. Leslie Picker joins us right now with the headlines from that. And Leslie, that had to be the thing that everybody was waiting to hear about.
Yeah, we could have had a whole conference just talking about investing in AI. And we spoke with 4 different people yesterday at Delivering Alpha about whether there's an AI bubble or not. And it really seemed like consensus was that no, they believe the opportunity is still massive, but they think not every company will succeed. Here's JP Morgan's Mary Erdos.
AI itself is not a bubble. That's a crazy concept. That's like saying our computers are bubbles. Like, we are on the precipice of a major, major revolution in the way that companies operate, efficiencies are found, and reaching your client in a whole different paradigm. The valuations of certain companies are reflecting what they think, what the markets think are going to be the winners and the losers.
The winners are not likely to all come from today's publicly traded hyperscalers, according to 2 top tech investors. And General Atlantic's Bill Ford noted that private companies can, quote, play the cycle a little longer. I then asked Coatue Philippe Lafont if the AI opportunity is in the private markets. Do we need to fix the IPO process or make it easier for retail investors to invest in private companies?
I personally think that the IPO market is totally broken, like beyond repair, as measured by the fact that 20 or 30 years ago, there were so many more IPOs than today. Today, there's very few IPOs. We were talking earlier, this year there's almost none. And I think it's not a great trend because at the end of the day, it's just easier for a retail investor to be involved in IPOs and then onwards than everything before the IPO. So I find it's a little bit unfair.
SPY did not
to check out more content from the event, go to cnbc.com/delivering-alpha. Guys.
Leslie, what's your biggest takeaway after hearing this from everybody? Because this morning we're looking at the futures down another 277 points after the big drops yesterday, the biggest drops for the markets across the board since April 10th. What's the takeaway?
Yeah, and I actually, in my first panel, I pushed Ares and Mary Erdos a little bit, Ares CEO Michael Arrighetti and JP Morgan's Mary Erdos a little bit on just some of the overall debt concerns, because that's a key issue here. Regardless of whether or not AI is in a bubble, could we see some kind of near-term pain based on just the overall debt levels and the ability of the companies to fund their obligations for that debt? And again, they were not that concerned. They said there may be a little choppiness here or there. There may be
SPY is the only thing that did not get filled.
Issues, but overall, they're taking kind of a longer-term time horizon and say the opportunity is worth the risk.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you.
Yo, that is 100% a nice run from 600. Wow. And 666 on SPY. Can't lie. Can't lie. 670. It is what it is, guys. I mean, I do have a lot of trolls that come in. I don't know if the guy's really happy or trolling or not, but I mean, constantly spamming the chat and then, you know, people leaving. It's fine. I don't really give a damn. It is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, I do call out 24/7 verbally. I can't sit here and hold their hands for them like a fucking babysitter 24/7 like I do. But I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. These people are in my WhatsApp group and I'm literally showing 24/7 when I do live, and they're on the YouTube chat saying, "Hey, can you please tell me exactly what you're doing, exactly every single fucking thing on the live stream, please, so everyone here can know." What are you talking about? No offense, but like, guys, you guys are talking about something wild. Please, you guys gotta chill out, right? If you're in the WhatsApp group and you literally are not even there from 9:30 morning into 10:30, exactly what I'm doing, that I literally show everything I'm doing, and you are literally saying, "Can you please say on the live stream, please show everything like verbally?" Like, bro, that is something crazy. I can't do that. You get what I'm saying here? I'm doing my best here. Please understand. I'm doing my best here, but you're literally in my WhatsApp group. You don't even check the WhatsApp group message, and you are saying that in the WhatsApp, in the YouTube chat, bro. I cannot do that for you. I do say it sometimes in the YouTube chat, right? But like, you literally want me to be on here 24/7 being like, "Oh, this, bro, that is not something that is possible." I'm sorry. I'm not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. I don't know what to say here. This is life. Right. My alert room is going to start up soon. So, I mean, if you want to join that, you could join that. But at the end of the day, I cannot. For certain purposes. Hope you understand. I mean, you don't understand. That's the thing. That's why. But you're in the WhatsApp group, so I don't get that. I don't get this certain things, but yeah. And please, folks, I'm happy for everybody. Just do not spam the YouTube chat with forever messages of you. Come on. Our gap fill is coming on SPY. All right. Please. I'm leaving SPY puts right now so I can be in profit for the day. Like, please. It is crazy. I cannot, man. And now I'm fucking distracted, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I literally can't even do this shit 24/7. So damn distracted. Like, bro, the person in my WhatsApp group and you doing that, I gave you a timeout for a little bit, right? But you gotta think about it, because I literally talked to you about this. So I don't know what you doing out here. Every single day you out here doing the same thing, asking the same thing, saying, you know, can you please say on the, like, what? I do. Gap fill and everything. Like, if you guys do not like it, then you gotta, you know, just stay over somewhere. I don't know. It is what it is. No offense, but I call out everything as much as I can, which I do. Much love. Holy. I gotta be focused too. Today is Friday, man. Like, I'm doing small ass scalps and shit. I'm getting fucking distracted. Like, I gotta, no offense, but I gotta stay focused here. If that makes sense. This is bullish right now. Bulls are going past the gap on the cute SPY and everything. Come on. Time is 10:45. Like, it's not even like I've just started doing this today too. Like, I've been doing this shit in the WhatsApp group too, bro. Like, there's literally, you know, 7 or 10 people, maybe 5 people, maybe, that watch it. Like, that's not my fault, you know what I mean? If you don't want to watch it, you don't want to watch it. It's fine, it's cool. But like, it's kind of crazy. You want me to say verbally 24/7 everything live? Like, how the it's not possible. 10:50. Bulls are here. This is bullish cycle on IWM, QQQ, everything. They bear trapped everything down there right now. So, data burning or something happening. Just like, I mean, you cannot lie. Yesterday they cooked calls, so Even if they cook a little bit of puts here, it's okay. It's to be expected, to be honest. And that's the reason why I did 1K, but I got cooked on that 1K, so I literally left. Fuck it. It is time is 10:50. All right. Today is Friday. I'm gonna just be okay. What they're doing? They're recovering off of 666. They're recovering off of 600 in the bigger picture. That is something okay to be seen. We will go look at SPX. We will go look at IWM. We will go look at everything else. Yep. I literally called out, or I literally did what I did in the WhatsApp group, man. I literally scalped this shit, and I waited. I didn't go long because I was literally late, and I literally shorted 4K here, and I left in profit, and then I tried to short 1K here, and I got cooked a little bit, and I left. So I mean, it is what it is. But literally, I am verbally out here saying everything 24/7, drawing everything 24/7, typing everything, then showing everything I do 24/7. Yet it's not enough, which is crazy, bro. I literally can't. I can't. I can't, man. Gap fill. At a certain point, you gotta hold your own hand. You gotta try a little bit, dude. You know what I mean? I'm mad because you didn't even look at the WhatsApp until I even said all this, right? So, come on now. At least try is what is the point I'm trying to get across. At least try. Look at this 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cooking off the floor right now, off of 9:30 open. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Who knows into when, but it was oversold off the pre-market action too. And now it is somewhere back within 2D downward trend line on SPY. It's being used like a machine, can't lie. This whole entire month. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, spike down back in. So that is. Look at that. Looks even crazier on SPX. Right. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 4, 1, 2 days. Today is Friday. 3 days. 1, 2, 3. And then 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 off the floor of today. Into at least time is now. That's the higher time frame picture on SPY and QQQ. That is something. Alright, this is bullish territory. The bulls are deciding what to do with the 1050 roof they just made at 10:48, the first minute of the 1050 candle. Time is now 10:55. In 48 seconds, there's no cycle confirmation, barely. Right, small cycles are happening at the roof. Small cycles are happening at the roof. just gonna wait until cycle confirmation builds more. I'm only up like $200-300 for the day now. No, so I'll send the SPX put to call ratio as well. If I can. Time is 10:55. Small cycles are building. All right, 10:55 rejected to, or 10:50 rejected to 10:55, and 10:55 is bouncing. The RSI MACD is trying to cross lower again, like earlier, but IWM helping as well. Man, I didn't expect 666 to be recovered that easily, but they did show a lot of bearish cycle there at 9:50 to 10:20ish, so something cooked it. Oh man, I played bigger cycle here, and then I played greedy, I guess, with 1K. I should not have even done this shit, but why? Went down higher, and then literally trying again. It's not even going. It's just fucking stuck until this shit. So 9:30 open, 663 was crazy low open. They went super high on that. They went from 597 to 610. That is $10. Am I tripping here? Like that's more than $10, right? That's like $12, $13. So. Right? Like, oh my. Fuck, why do I want to go into a 1DT right now? God damn it, I'm scared. Time is 10:55. That is crazy. They're so goddamn bearish off this. I'm going in on Monday puts. This shit could be trap, honestly, but I'm a risk. I'm in 3.3K 1DT right now. Yo, no cycle confirmation. I'm just going off candles to be honest right now, but yeah. That is one hell of a run. 6642, 672. And it did cycle at some point in the middle. This is 10:55. Do they burn this shit? Man, it crazy spiked into morning open though. All the puts like crazy. Zero DTs they're burning, but fuck. Maybe I might get burned on 1 DTs here right now. I mean, it really depends on how today closes, because statistically speaking, if Fridays are red, more than likely, Monday becomes a little bit red. And if Friday's green, and Monday becomes a little bit green. So QQQ is green. IWM is also green. Let's see how 672 evaluates. Let's do a poll. All right, we're doing the first poll of the day. Right? Who thinks we're gonna go higher from here? Who thinks rejection is coming? All right, everyone do the poll before the candles come now. First poll of the day. Oh, candles already came. Okay, all right, we're doing it anyway. This is headed. All right, new HOD or reject, cycle create, or something. X is lower. Vinny says timber. What does timber mean? Like fly? Wood? Austin says reject. Oh, what's up, Austin Carter? Yeah, Austin Carter, you should request to join the WhatsApp group too, brother. All right, eight people said reject, cycle create, and then 2 people said new HOD. Kevin says lower. 87 says higher. Max is VWAP test. Okay. I think they might waste a long time before VWAP test, but like maybe new HOD or cycle create. That is the question, and they are showing both right now. Lower, cycle create, no. HOD testing. Showing both right now, but they're gonna do one or the other real quick. J&J says high of the day. Dave says lower. Vinny says falling tree timber. Gotcha. 4 people voting new HOD and 8 people voted reject, cycle create. WhatsApp group. Time is 11. Market deciding what to do. Cycle is creating. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Cycle creating tiny. Everybody thinking everything. Okay, 9 people thinking new HOD, 11 people thinking reject cycle creates. So everyone thinking everything. 50-50. 50-50. This is bullish territory though. MACD and volume is just showing, but all these bears are stuck. I think it's gonna take a while and a long time of something for them to be released right now. IWM is at the gap though perfectly. That is something to see. HOD into 1050. It's all up to IWM, I guess. Small caps. No, I'm kidding. Market all doing different things, right? Dow Jones too. All right. We're gonna slowly draw the HOD and the LOD on IWM, QQQ, and SPY. Looking nice for moi. I'm not doing 0 DT at this point. I think I got too greedy earlier, doing too much. So 1 DT. Come on, baby. 671, baby. Let's go. Come on, hit that shit out of the park. Come on. Not being greedy as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. But 671.34. I'm looking for 671 to break here. If they do, and 669.17 I could see as a support, as a resistance, as a next algo range important area to see. And then they could bounce it. They could bounce it at anywhere here, to be honest. They could bounce it right here, right now. 1040. 1040 has an algo range right here that we did not mark. This thing could bounce right here, right now. Let's see. There's barely any cycle, just going fucking straight up, straight down. After cycle confirmation, it releases. I mean, the pressure is downward now. This is bearish off of 11 into 1105. Right. Time is 11:05 for 2 more minutes here. It really depends on if this algo range holds here or not. Let's see. 670. 67, 671, 23. I'm hoping maybe cycle creating. Alright, today could be a massive bear trap. There is a lot of movement that happened. Anything can happen. We gotta really see the higher time frame. To be honest, that's the most important. I want to go look at the higher time frame. As soon as I change the chart, something might happen. So QQQ is at the gap. SPY and IWM's below. Who has control here, the bears or the bulls? I don't know. I think bearish for a little bit, but we'll see. I think they went up way high. Like, they literally went from 597 to 610. I'm not saying they can't go higher into the end of the day. I'm saying they can maybe, but I think maybe that's fucking fast as shit. 930 from 1050. 930 to 1050 is fucking speed, folks. All right, that is Dr. Barry super speed going north though. Like, I'm telling you, that is super speed. Like, that shit is no joke. Look at this, crazy spiked up, looking like it came right back into the fucking trend line. But we're at the bottom of the trend line right now. Market is deciding to, right? What is the market deciding to do? Market is deciding to whether to go back down here and test, or whether to fly back up within the trend line. We'll see. That's what's going on, basically. SPY is deciding to hold this trend line, go back up, or to look below and then decide what to do or something, right? That's what it's technically showing. Look at the fucking dude. That shit's no joke. Look at SPY. Look at SPY. Just on the trend line alone, it bounced crazy. You see that? Look at that trend line that we had drawn since when? The top of the market, October 29th. That's literally 15 days ago. 15 business days ago, folks. And it fucking went down, up, down, and then it perfectly bounced at where 6,000, where I literally said 600 QQQ 666 SPY, and blah blah blah. Keep watching it as we were going down, right? And then they fucking bounced it and bounced it twice on it. Short term intraday, at least, for like, wow, that is beautiful. I can't even lie, beautiful. Right? Capital B. Right? Everybody, please hit that like button if you like what you see on the chart. If you have enjoyed the weekend market update video, right? Smack the like button, please. Thank you so much. Can't lie. Market is alright, bounce trying right now. But yeah, that is beautiful. It went crazy. It always goes crazy. Alright, 1110 is bouncing here. I might be feeling regret right now because I was up nice, but like I did not leave. I did not leave on this shit. Alright, 10, 11, 10. They could burn the bears right now with the 0 DT, with the 1 DT easily. I'm just playing for something more, to be honest. I'm still in profit, but I'm targeting somewhere 668.84, and then they can figure out what they want to do. It's the previous. All these points are previous all-time highs turned into resistance and or supports as well. Technically speaking. Alright, the bulls are back. Bulls are right back. This shit could burn the 1 DT now. I'm kind of scared, to be honest now. To be honest, because the MACD was crazy overbought, and then it went crazy down to just neutral, and then they could literally go bullish again right here. Right? They did it earlier. They did it earlier, so we'll see. All right, our poll. When was our poll? Right, 11 a.m. So our poll was done right here. Right? Everybody was saying up and down, and now we are right in between it all still. So everyone's probably thinking up and down even more, just in different ways. Right, now it's looking more bullish than not, right? So every single 5 minutes, every single 10 minutes, it will change. It's looking so bullish now. I ain't gonna lie, it is. 1 sec. I'm gonna get a cup. Looks like they're given hope, to be honest, but I am still in. They are. My candle is crazy green. Man, candle coming in crazy green. Into 10:15. Eating my biscuit real quick. Are they giving me hope right here, or am I about to get cooked on 671 into Monday? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Spike from 1040 into 1050, and we're holding into 1115. But even if this heads down, looking like a crazy ass pattern, it's just looking. It's looking like they could burn the fuck out of these contracts, to be honest. But I mean, they're also giving, right? Technically, they're giving calls hope back too. That's the crazy part. Technically speaking, here. Market cycling at the roof. This caterpillar forming. Little chop, chop, chop. We're gonna have to gap. SPY gap, QQQ gap. Man, this thing looking like, visually looking like it wants to fucking nuke. When bulls are coming off of 11:05. Time is 11:22. Candles are going towards the roof. It is literally at the roof. This is the roof. Oh my god, HOD is breaking. I mean, they're cooking 0 DT right now, but they're cooking my shit too. I'm not gonna lie. This is doing work to my 1 DT. This little tiny cycle. That's a lot, I guess. 671, 671 to 672.5. So that's not even a fucking small amount. It's just market moving crazy today. That is new HOD into 672.81. 672.81. That is new HOD. Alright, roof is being tested. Roof is being broken. 0 DT bears are completely hurt. At the minimum on this move. I just need somewhere here by end of today. By midday today or something. Market looking bullish right now. Trying off of 11. 10 on QQQ. Into 11:20 as well. Cycles are a little bit tight, but it is still bullish. For 10 minutes off of 11:10 at least. QQQ and IWM, same story. 11:20, testing the roof and the roof on QQQ, SPY, IWM. 5 minute could pull back, but it's trying to run up. On IWME. Alright, big decision coming. Big decision coming. Either a big rejection with IWM or a slight breakout on the roof. Looks like to me. Let's hit the like button, folks. Thank you very, very much. We are now at 94 likes. Thank you all. Ash said 675 question mark. Barry's probably the guy that took him out right before a laughing face. That's the type of comedy, right? That I like to see. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're saying this as a joke, by the way, guys. Like, Dr. Barry, right? But like, yeah, nah. That's the past now, guys. Let's move on from Dr. Barry. Now we gotta find something new. That was a once in a lifetime opportunity, right? I said it when it happened. I said, hey, that's a once in a lifetime thing. We're getting Dr. Barry versus Dr. Carp right now, guys. Guys, come on, we gotta move on though. We gotta find something new. That is funny. Like freaking Donald Trump or something, you know what I mean? President Trump. You know, when President Trump does something crazy, or Jerome Powell does something, some new major event, we'll have something new. That is funny. I can't lie, that was literally crazy. Market was crazy bullish into that day, and then literally the day after I shorted Palantir, the fucking news came out, and I was like, ain't no way I feel so much better since I'm with Dr. Barry now. And the market went straight up down since then. Like, bro, I wish I held all the way to the bottom of Palantir and the video, but like, yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? So crazy. Market bullish right now. HOD broke. This is a small breakout right now. A new high of the day into 1122 at the minimum. 1122 is testing the HOD. HOD broke on SPY though. HOD broke on the QQQs. Not yet on IWM. Everything is gap filled. This is the only difference now. Tech is rallying up. Tech is at 611 QQQ from 597. That's the crit. 597. 597. Technologies. market is trying to. Wow. Nuking off 670. Holy shit. Off of literally $3 now, basically. Time is 11:25. Right, the MACD is continuously going bullish right now. And they are washing me out, but no pullback. They're just going. Alright, the down move was literally the pullback. Looks like showing 0 DT burning, 1 DT burning now. HOD broke. Holy shite. They're just doing it slow so they can burn the data and the options are not on it. Range just broke higher. It's 11:25 on the QQQs as well. It's showing crazy up. Wow. Look at the MACD pointing straight up right now. Look at the MACD pointing straight up right now. And they're actually doing the same thing they did earlier, but now into 11:25. Wow. 673.93. I don't even want to fucking DCA, but like, holy shit, 674. Market moving crazy. Crazy bullish. Crazy bullish. Wow. They fucking trashed the calls overnight and it's literally back to where almost. Wow. $11.25. $6.74. I'm DCing right now. Wow, 671. Holy shit. Time is 11:25 and market nuked up. Market nuked up from here. Market literally nuked up. $11.25. Now I'm in for 4.4K. 1 DT. 4.4K 1 DT. Market is going super green. Alright, this is above the previous day 4 p.m. close as well. It's still flying. Holy shit. Holy. Yo, Valhalla. Valhalla. 671 to 675. Wow. That is Valhalla. Let's see. Need my charger. It has been 2 hours since the market opened. Time is only 11:40. No cycle confirmation rejection at the minimum. This is 11:30 HOD. Cycle went crazy extended now. I'm not drawing the smaller cycles. I'm drawing the bigger cycle. So there were smaller cycles within the bigger cycles, like going up, down, but like yeah, I'm drawing the bigger cycles. You know why it's like that? Always 2 cents or 2 cents early or 2 cents later than what people think or people are seeing. It's so that they can go more and they can trap people at the tippity tippity bottom, tippity tippity top. That is why. That is the reason price levels suck. Price levels are a major hope factor the market relies on retailers to use to literally just like literally like an alligator. So up or down, that's, I swear to God, that this is literally why, you know, no hate against any indications or price levels, but like I don't rely on price targets because that's literally what has happened. I rely on cycle and the momentum of the cycle and what phase it's in, because like the confirmation is what's basically primary. But yeah, it is so dangerous to rely on certain things as a hope factor. Many things could be a hope factor, which is just looking at candles, just looking at volume, or just looking at, you know, price level, just looking at, you know, AI indicator, or just looking at some chart, you know what I mean? Just looking at indicators, literally everything is a part of everything. So should we even draw the 1/3, 2/3 going lower? From not, look at this, top 5 minute down, and then up, down, and then up. So big cycle, but within there's you may think that too. It's all about order flow, but order flows are also manipulated, and order flows are also controlled in a way too. So they literally show you what they want to show you, and in a heartbeat, things will literally not what you know, things aren't what you saw 5 seconds ago. Is what I'm trying to say, because that's the thing. Like nothing is permanent. Things are always constantly moving. But I agree with you. Order flows are a good way to stay on top of, you know, what's going on right now. Like SPX put to call ratio is an order flow. But to rely on it 24/7 will at some point get you whacked. I know that for a fact because the SPX put to call ratio does the same thing. So, alright, and on that note, guys, thank you so much for being here. The true watchers of you guys are always here, right? Hit the like button. Thank you so much. And people that go in and out, in and out, in and out, good luck to them, because I don't know. I don't know how, but yeah, good luck. I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm gonna go in and out, and I'll go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh, yay. All right, I didn't miss anything. Cool. Thank you so much. Those that have hit the like button, we have passed 100. 5-minute MACD still being bullish, deciding what to do at the tippity top. This is one epic, right, hook. They fake hooked it, fake hooked it, fake hooked it, fake hooked it all fucking day long, and then they hooked it off of today. Interestingly, like all fucking day. So it's turning into a whale hook, right? Now it is deciding what to do at the tippity top of that whale hook to make another little hook or whatever, right? That is literally what it looks like visually. So I'm gonna call that out. That is 11:35, right? This was a fish hook, right? It did not fish hook all day long yesterday, and it did today. So that is something to take note of. And the bulls are still showing. All right, the bears are actually in danger here. 0 DT bears are dead. Look at that hook. This thing is not coming down intraday like crazy, but maybe, maybe market can be like, oh, we did do the hook and now something else happening. So 11:35 bounced to 11:40. The MACD RSI pulled back from being bearish slightly. Blue line is coming back up, trying. Continuous bull push. Every single pullback showing. Even here. Candle did not break the high. And then it closed. Let's see how the next couple of candles build off of 12. Sorry, 11:40. The most unlikely scenario is in the next 10 minutes, the market goes to 670. 668. I can be done for the day, but damn. Let's see. Most unlikely scenario. The market is holding it up right now. I'll eat good. If it does, I'll eat good. If it could. Showing bullish, bullish, bullish. Let's go look at Palantir, Tesla. Alright, recovered from the depths of Tartarus. Alright, huge hook came in on Tezzy as well. Palantir hooked as well. A hook. NVDA went lower twice and hooked as well. I'm pretty sure Dr. Berry was able to get out in any of these moves. We'll see. We'll see the news. IWM also hooking. Hook. Oh, that's cool, bro. You should go, yeah. Guess we'll find out. Right. Someone said it's gonna chop here for the next 2 hours and go up. No, only calls, guys, no puts. We'll see. We'll see in 20-30 minutes. All right. Make sure your messages are up, but please do not spam the chat like 24 for that. Okay, everybody just talk. But like, let's see. Time is 11:40. Gotta make sure you're not like, too much like one side leading at all times. It's always too dangerous to be like, you always want to be like neutral. You want to be like Gandalf the Grey, basically. Is what I'm saying. Like, who likes Lord of the Rings? I like Harry Potter, right? Who likes Gandalf the Grey? Who likes Dumbledore? You know what I mean? Like, people like gray people, right? Like white magic. They call me yellow magic, bro. Right? Come on. Time is 11:40. 11:40 rejected. Or 11:40 made the HOD 61271. 612. Okay. Guess we'll see. I think there's a confirmation rejection happening on QQQ right here, but we'll find out. I guess I'm wrong. If not. I'm letting you know in the YouTube now, but yeah, I let people know in the WhatsApp before anything else. But people can believe in what they want to believe in. People can see what they want to see, but we cannot massively push what we think upon other people to the point that they leave the channel. That's something I cannot do because yeah, and people that come in and out, yeah, a-okay, but just be careful, I guess. A-okay. I'm careful with myself too in my chat. So time is 11:45. 11:45 is deciding whether to break the 11:35 low or not. This is no confirmation. Cycle was building. If that low breaks like it does on QQQ, if that low breaks on SPY, then there is some sort of cycle confirmation happening. But SPY and IWM did not break it yet for a reason. If it breaks and the 5-minute candle comes in closing down, then the bears are absolutely fucked at the pure top. We'll find out. All right, we'll find out. All right, I'm at 4.9K. I'm about to fucking see what the fuck this shit brings. I'm trying to fucking target 668.98. We'll fucking see. Sorry for my language. $11.45. There's a lot of bears here too. Candles are going absolutely tiny slow. Absolutely tiny slow. MACD and volume turning bearish slightly. Time is 11:49. 11:50. Five-minute candle closing down from the top. Bulls are trapped. Candle closing in 2 minutes. Guess we'll find out in 2 minutes. 5-minute MACD pulling back. Bulls are in danger here. There's a divergence at the yeah. Cycle confirmation scary, but they're rejecting with volume and MACD. There's a divergence at the roof. There is a divergence at the roof. IWM is bounce trying already. Why is there a divergence at the roof on SPY? We'll find out. It would be crazy if the market goes to VWAP and then comes right back up. It would be like market. Imagine market goes to 669 and then comes right back up to 672 or something. Like, what the fuck? Just to burn all the calls up here and then burn all the puts or something. Like, bruh, that is something I can see the market do, but I don't know how. It's looking still bullish, but yeah, that is something I could kind of see happen. There's a horizontal support that is holding right now on SPY. Right, it's still bullish. They went down super slow, and they're bouncing in 2 minutes crazy at 10:48. Right. This thing could be real bounce. It could not, but it's deciding. Deciding. And this shit is going up and down like nothing. My contracts too. Alright, let's see what happens. MACD and the volume is slightly trying to do the same thing as earlier again. Right, it really does it. Or it fakes out this time, but it's really doing pull back up, pull back up, pull back up. So again. Alright guys, I think it's time for a fucking pull, okay? Like what the Alright, I don't even want to say most likely, but pull time. Alright? We fly, we pull back. Right now, right here. Everybody vote right here. It's looking, I don't even want to say it's looking like, but I mean clearly, right? Right here, right now. This is an uncertainty moment. That's what we do. Just vote what you think before the candles come right now in 40 seconds, 20 seconds. Right here, right now. All right, 50-50. Chris said pull back. Rookie says fly. Octagon says fly. Okay. WhatsApp group. 4 people saying fly, 3 people saying reject, and 1 person says neither. Half. Okay, now more people saying fly in the WhatsApp group. 7 saying fly, 3 reject. Dave says down. Steven says up and down. Brian says down. Ash says neither. Okay. The majority is fly. Minority is reject. And 2 people says chop. Algo range is creating at 1150 or something. But it is bouncing abruptly at 1150 into undecided yet. All right, 10 people saying higher, 5 reject. That's 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Polls closed, folks. No more. Candles are coming in too much for people to be thinking now on anything. Too much. Polls closed. We'll find out in 10 minutes here. Right, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, still bullish. So technically, bull territory. Up to the bulls to lose it. Or not. Bull territory. Another rip up. Or no. Let's see. Very important what the market decides to do. There's a lot of bulls up here, and there's a lot of bears trapped down there. So Zach says rip off. Like, what does that mean? Like fly off, or like you talking about like rip down? 675 spies evaluating with that little doji candle at 1140. 612 QQQ is at. 612 actually might be a high call area on QQQ, or has been consistently. So yeah, it was last week. They lost it, or it was this week. I mean, sorry, it was last week. It was this week. Yeah. QQQ looking like this. Okay, cycle was going higher, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and 2. Up to them. Up to the market. SPX going up higher as well. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. We are back above the previous all-time highs. That is a look below and fail out, basically showing, or look below and hover for today. That is why market has a lot of support here. This is the previous all-time high at 674.5. Oh my god, that was a huge number for me right yesterday. You guys remember? I think people remember me saying, or who remembers me saying 674.5, 674.5 when we were at 675.5? You guys remember that, right? I think that was yesterday or something. But yeah, 674.5 they hit yesterday, and they went lower or something. I don't even know what they did yesterday, but yeah, 674.5 we're at right now. This is previous all-time high, basically. I can't even believe that. That's actually where we are right now. I literally remember, yeah. Look, we were talking about this shit yesterday. Look at this fucking line. Yesterday was Thursday, right? Yeah, yesterday was Thursday at 12 p.m. I was like, oh, 674.5, maybe a level, blah, 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 the targeting, and then they went lower than that shit. And then they fucking pushed it way lower than that, and then now they're right back up to it. That is, oh my god. And we gap filled. Hold up. Gap is filled here. Gap is filled here. No gap here. There's our one gap up top. There's a gap here. And a gap here. Okay. There's two gaps up now. So, interesting, right? With so many bears out there, they are right at the previous all-time high. That does not mean we're going to go to the gap tomorrow or the day after. I'm just saying that could be a whole factor too. All I'm saying is now they filled the gap in what? This was Friday, so... Alright, it's been a week. Alright, I was going to say it's been... Man! Mark! I need water. Oh my god. Mark it on a fucking rocker. Oh my. Look at IWM too. Look at this downward trend. We're going to just extend it. I don't even know where this is from, but we're just going to extend the crap out of it and see where it goes. It's somewhere here too. Look at IWM right now. Oh my lord. That is something to see. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. They could cook my, yo, I don't know. They are right at 674.5, not losing it. So, oh my. Wow. There's a divergence at the roof, making short-term or making medium-term, long-term shorts dangerous showing. divergence at the roof is saying now. Wow. Oh, lordy. Do they reject with the divergence and then come right back up? Or what? I don't know. There's a divergence at the roof now, though. Oh. Wow, they went from 668 to 674. Like, not gonna lie, I low-key didn't expect that. If I went long instead of fucking short 1K right there at 1025 or something, 1020, I would have been fucking golden for the day. With literally 1K, I ain't gonna lie, but like, yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? 670, 4.5. I mean, wow. Somebody, like, literally got destroyed from the bottom in the morning open, and somebody got fucking born. Someone became a dragon. You know, a gold scale dragon from 666 sub 666 we were at to 674.5. So something moving, wallets, someone exchanging hands for sure. That's for sure. Okay. Everybody, please hit the like button. Thank you very, very much. Take a 5-minute breather. Alright, everybody just take a 5-minute breather. Everything will be okay. Alright, just hit that like button, please. We're now at 110 likes. Come on, smack that like button. Let's send it up to 130 today. Alright, end of the week. It is a great week. It's been a great month. It's been a interesting month. It's been a bloody November, but also we had nice, right, recoveries in between. When the 2-3 days we ran up before yesterday, and also today. So I ain't gonna lie, it went up from the depths of Tartarus, 600, all the way boomed up twice. That is something that is important to realize. That is literally, you know what I mean, big institutional players playing at 600, 666 twice. Like, but that's a given. Like, it's just 674.5 evaluating is all it is, and we are stuck at the previous all-time high. Even if it breaks out from here, even if it breaks down from here, it needs to be like a big number one trap, and number two, there needs to be a cycle confirmation, a massive one, to confirm it all, right? Whether you think of that as a 5-minute candle, whether you think of that as a 15-minute candle, whether you think of that as a 1-hour candle, whatever it is, there's gotta be something that fakes out big time one side or another, like it's setting up right now to fake out, or it's gonna fake out using that move, right? Or, but I mean, until then, nothing's going on is what you think of this too, right? Obviously, but 674.5 important level 2. Realize numerically is what I'm saying, even if we go higher or lower, right? Why? Because there's a divergence at the roof. So all right, let's see if they even clear the divergence at the roof somehow. Volume and MACD doesn't even say we are about to do anything here. It is slowly deciding whether to popcorn up, popcorn down. We're cooking. The cooks are here. Who are the cooks? Market maker. Walter White. And all of us. We're all getting fucking cooked. And we're all cooking. And the market is always cooking and scheming. And it's making everybody cook and hope and dream. Most of the times, that's the reality. And then the real move plays out, and then it just does nothing. It sets up and sets up and sets up and does a little move, and then that is the setup for the massive move. This shit is absolutely horrendous to 0 DTs for sure. It's absolutely horrendous to my 1 DT, so I am not gonna lie, the thing is literally anything above this level, anything below this level is just, now. How the fuck is it just stuck at 674.5, 6 or 7 times in a row here? Our roof broke into 12.05 on IWM. Something is slowly breaking out, or something is slowly trying to get to the next, you know. Like IWM trying to grind up to the top of the trend line or something. That crazy spike on IWM now. I don't know. Can it really reach there? Good. After some time. Market is continuously going higher every minute here. Time is now 12:10. 12:06 rejected. No cycle confirmation, nothing. Unless there's a massive candle that rips down underneath 1150, then there's a cycle confirmation, but that shit could be faked out itself. That shit could be the trap itself, so. Why is my poll here? Wasn't our poll earlier? What time was our poll? 11:50. So 11:50 our poll was done here. Alright. The question was, will the market rip up, fly, or reject? And neither. And it did rip up. Or it didn't, because it didn't break the HOD. So technically it's a fly / hover. It is not a reject. At the minimum. Right now. Unless there's some abnormal cycle that comes right now with a candle. Unless. I knew they were setting up for the Dow, but it's just. What is it doing now? Market is.
In the great green room.
That is so loud.
Dave Cody is the chairman of Verdant, which I think is, when I think of data center, I think of you. Good. Because you were the first one that explained to me at $16 that this was $16. Dave says, you know, Jim, have you looked at this Verdant? I said, oh, man, it's all the way at $16. He goes, have you thought about it the other way? It's all the way at $16. Dave Cody, thanks for being on the show.
But actually, the one that I've always liked, you sent me this clip once that said, I feel like I'm sitting on a gold mine. I little did I know it was a diamond mine that I was sitting on.
Yeah, I mean, I love Dave used to live next door to me in Summit, and he has a really great conference in February and March that I attend.
Break it out.
Okay, so Dave, let me ask you.
Yeah.
You're one of the
This shit
hardest
is
business
hurting.
people I have ever met. Do you worry that the data center AI build out is now being financed by so much debt, or are we okay?
Yeah, I don't worry about it all that much, because the amount of debt you can handle always depends on what kind of cash you can generate. And these are big cash generating assets. I mean, they generate a lot of cash. So no, I'm not that worried about that.
Okay.
I mean, usually the follow-on to that is, are we in a bubble of some kind?
No, see, I'm not going to give you that because I don't
good,
think
because
that. I'm going to think that. I'm far more concerned about
now this is the move. Divergence cleared, and now let's see if this is the real move or the fake one. Well, I mean, for now, it is burning the fuck out of it. 0 DT, 1 DT at all.
Taken down with companies that don't have cash.
670 to 675.48.
People are finally they're giving up on it in part because it's going down. And I think that I remember when Vertiv was at 100, and right after they reported, no one started begging. So Jim, our orders are going up.
Yeah.
What is the state of things, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'd say it's very positive for at least the next 5 years, that everything...
5 years?
Yeah. It's kind of tough to look much beyond that. But if you just take a look at the orders and you take a look at how much their AI businesses are growing.
If this shit flies.
So, there'll be a tendency to look at, data center sales are up so much. But if you take a look at AI sales within some of these big companies, a couple of them are triple digit. Others just talk about how robust it is. And AI usage is evolving. We still think of it as chat GPT, you do something on your machine. What you're going to start to get more of, and this is happening, is like machine to machine. So AI to AI, no human interface.
Right.
So you'll see it in a factory, for example, where this machine is seeing a problem that it thinks can be rectified down the line by another machine. It can talk to the other machine. At some point, you'll get to a point where a company, once enough trust exists, a company's AI can talk to another company's AI.
Right. This is very different.
This is all just beginning.
You think there'll be whole divisions of companies that aren't run by people?
Oh, wow. Not soon.
Okay.
Not soon, but I mean,
AI vice presidents.
Extending this stuff, at some point you'd have to say, yeah, it probably could.
Or at least strategic missions will be
AI
written
vice presidents.
not
Guys, the
You'd have to, you keep
divergence
carrying
just
it
cleared
on, you
on the
say,
roof.
yeah.
The divergence just cleared on the roof. Oh, we gotta watch this one.
Drive.
Wedbush's Dan Ives says it is time to buy the dip ahead of the year-end tech rally. All right, we gotta watch this one.
Securities head of technology research, Dan Ives, joins us now.
Dan
I think
Ives.
It's surprising for people to hear
he looks
you
like
pound the
fucking
table
Guru,
on
bro.
the tech trade.
He looks
You've
like
been
Guru, I mean.
super bullish. Do you not
He
have
looks like
concerns
Guru
now
from Despicable
about
Movies.
monetary policy? As the market rethinks the cut for December and the overall frothiness or valuations around AI.
Yeah, look, Sarah, I get some of the nervousness, but I was just in Egypt for 3 weeks. And demand to supply for NVIDIA chips are 10 to 1. Demand's increased, call about 30% since June from what we see. You look at hyperscaler, this is a CapEx supercycle. So it's my view, if you're in the second, third inning, to be sort of bearish or nervous here, I just view it as short-sighted because I think there's a tech bull market that goes on for another 2 years. And I think these are golden buying opportunities for the names that I view where Street's underestimating numbers 20, 30% over the next 12 to 18 months.
But do you think there will be a point where the CapEx should get more scrutinized, until the profitability materializes to match the level of spending?
Sure, and look, and I get the scrutiny. Like if you look, obviously, Meta and Oracle, and you see some of the worries there, the circular financing in terms of OpenAI. But to me, it's all about you're building out a new economy on the consumer, on the enterprise front. For every dollar they put on CapEx, they're going to ultimately make $8 to $10 on that over the coming years. So I just think that is the best move for these companies in the arms race. And that's why for Meta, I've talked about that's a table pounder on that stock in the sell-off. Oracle, same thing. And, so many times we've talked about in your show, like, these are the opportunities, whether it's DeepSeek or other moments, and then investors are like, I missed it. but these will be the opportunities. I think you're going to have a massive tech rally into year end.
Dan, Oracle's a great example. What explains that early September gap getting filled as we are back to the 200-day here for the first time since June?
Yeah, Carl, I think it's just worries about debt, taking on financing, CapEx, depreciation, the OpenAI pop. Like
OpenAI. He said OpenAI.
I think Oracle. This is a massive renaissance that they're going to see. I mean, you talk about they're 2% penetrated within their install base when it comes to AI. Everything they're doing are the right moves, and I think this sell-off here, we're going to look back 3, 6, 9 months from now. And this was just, I think, a golden buying opportunity on Oracle. And I think right now, the nervousness
Who talks about
out,
Oracle?
But
Like,
it just comes back to 3% of U.S. enterprises have
he's
gone
talking about
AI.
Oracle out of all things.
And
I thought he was going to say Tesla.
Over the next 18, 24 months.
Hell no.
That's what you're playing for, especially in the second, third, fourth derivatives. We see it, cybersecurity. Right. I see human proof authentication. I see it on, infrastructure, Nebusis, CoreWeave, and others.
Does that view extend to Tesla, which, as we said earlier this morning, is now red for the year and worst performing Mag 7?
I think actually Tesla is probably, of all of these names, that's probably the one to me that sticks out the most. Because in my opinion, the future about autonomous and robotics, Musk, obviously right now, wartime CEO. You look at the coming years, I think Tesla's a $2 trillion and ultimately a $3 trillion market cap because autonomous, 80% of autonomous, I think Tesla's going to own. So I get the stock selling off here because you can't see it in the numbers. But I mean, this is something where I look out 600's base case, 800's bull case. And Carl, that's my view. I mean, I think this is only, like I talked about, this is just the early days of a fourth industrial revolution. And for the first time in 30 years, the U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bull case, Dan. So aren't there going to be winners and losers? It sounds like you like all of the big players.
Yeah, and Sarah, there's going to be losers. I mean, if you look at Adobe, are they a loser? If you look at, like, some of the other sort of large cap names, like they're trying to sort of, I mean, I think Salesforce, is going to be a winner, but they're obviously under a lot of pressure from a software perspective. You look at some of the infrastructure plays, like a Cisco, they're turning it around. I think it's really more about the second, third, fourth derivatives in software. I look at names like Nebius. I look at names like CoreWeave and the sell-off because it's all, to me, about for every dollar, and this is the most important stat, for every dollar spent on an NVIDIA chip, there's an $8 to $10 multiplier.
I should have just fucking tucked it down earlier.
$3 trillion that's going to be spent in the next 2 years.
Now it's...
Right. But you, in your view, it's all the hyperscalers that are the winners, the Amazons, the Googles, the Microsoft, Meta, you said, is a table pounder. So everybody that's spending big now.
Well, I view it as, if they're not spending, I actually view it as a negative. Like if Meta ultimately pulled back, and
can we even get to 670 anymore? I don't even know. Fuck.
I would view that as a huge negative because Zuckerberg right now, wartime CEO, building out what could be monetization, an incremental 40-50% on advertising on the consumer side, and even as they build out on the glasses and on the hardware side. That's the smart move for Meta. I also look at names like when you think about, we've talked about like in the power side, nuclear, names like ACO and others. I mean, this all is about the second, third, fourth derivatives. People think that this is sort of a white knuckle, clock strikes midnight moment. I've talked about it. This is nowhere near a bubble. It's a 1996 moment, not a 1999, 2000 bubble moment.
Is there any demarcation line between names you would like and not like? Oklo's a great example where you're either talking about no profits or in some cases, in quantum, for example, minimal revenue.
Sure. Yeah, and Gar, I think that's where you have to be selective in terms of like the winners and who ultimately is going to be there. I think there's going to be other nuclear plays, right? There's going to be other power plays out there. If I see the demand is showing cracks and I see customers cutting back, the ROI is not there, use cases aren't exploding, then we get negative. But to some extent, it's the opposite if you look at where we are right now. And I just think like globally, given where U.S. tech is, this continues to be what you want to own. And I think for the winners, and look, if you focus just on valuation, 1 year out, 2 year out, you missed every transformational tech stock the last 20 years. And that's why I focus on, we talk about in our IBS AI 30, like who are the winners in the different sectors.
All right, Dan, make a full-throated case. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Dan Ives from Wedbush.
Wix. One.
Dan Ives. I think most people are thinking bullish here. I think something's building.
And for that, let's get to Steve Leisman. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, timing's everything. You ask about Schmidt. We got Schmidt here, Kansas City Fed president, who dissented at the last meeting, saying monetary policy is modestly restrictive. And that, he says, is where it should be. He suggests in the speech he's about to give his intention to oppose additional cuts again in December. Says mine could change, but right now that's the way he's leaning. Cuts, he says, won't help the labor market much, but could have a lasting effects on inflation and inflation expectations. He says it's too high. Meanwhile, he says the economy shows momentum. He sees strong consumption and solid gains in capital spending, a big part of his outlook here. He hears continued concern from his contacts in his district about the pace of price increase and not just about tariffs. Healthcare costs, insurance, electricity, a whole range of things, and he sees inflation spreading. The most recent data, he says, shows inflation is above 3%, going to remain there and spreading, and he's concerned that persistent inflation could cause this idea of price increases to become ingrained in people's psyches and force a sharper rate increase down the road. Policy, he says, should lean against demand growth right now to relieve pricing pressure. And quickly on this discussion you were having about the labor market, this is Schmidt's idea. He says it's cooling, but largely in balance. It reflects more structural changes than cyclical changes. And the payroll break-even rate, the one needed to keep the unemployment rate from changing, his staff suggests is just around 50,000. And then one other observation he makes, which is a big part of his thinking, and other more hawkish members of the Fed, they look around and they do not see things indicating tight monetary policy in equity markets being at or near all-time highs, narrow corporate bond spreads, and very robust high-yield issuance. Guys?
Okay, so this gets at the point I was just making. I wonder if they're opening themselves up here with arguments like that to, well, the Fed's just making monetary policy then for people who own stocks, people who are investing in data centers, tech companies. He cited the high levels of capital spending. That is not reflective of the entire economy. And when you say it's not that restrictive, go tell that to the now 40-year-old first-time homebuyer.
No volume here.
I hear what you're saying, Sarah, and I think there's a lot of good ideas in that. I guess that he would counter and the hawks would counter that they have to make policy for the aggregate economy, and they have really just one tool. And if the CapEx numbers are higher, regardless of whether there's a single source to that CapEx, the Fed has to react to the aggregate number. If the overall GDP numbers show growth, and we're going to get a lot of data hopefully soon that shows whether or not that is the case. If the overall GDP data shows that there's growth, even if only a few sections or sectors of the economy are part of that, the Fed has to react to that aggregate number.
I get it, of course.
If there are individual sectors of the economy, Sarah, that are showing problems, that's more the provenance of the fiscal side. If they want to help housing more, they can help housing more.
The RSI and the
MACD is in bullish
territory,
they can help non-AI investment. The Fed can't do that by sector.
I guess so, but they have one tool, and their tool is interest rates. And what do interest rates control? They control mortgage rates, they control borrowing rates, and things like autos, which is also showing some stress, and other parts of, the consumer economy.
Time is 12:30.
Their mandate is to address the labor market, which has shown signs of weakness. So I don't know. I guess you can make this argument on both sides, which is why it's so fascinating going into this meeting.
There's
Steve,
maybe a possibility that
like
this grows and the RSI goes lower, but right now it's hovering.
If the Fed keeps cutting.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by the pickle that Powell is in at the moment. As I game this out, I think he has 5 or 6 potential dissents here. You mentioned some of those that were on the fence.
Yes.
You know, maybe. By the way, Kashkari last night. We could talk about next
What do you
year's
guys
board
think?
as well.
I feel like there's going to be a
Kashkari last night
pullback
said
here.
He did not support
That's
the
what I said
October
in the
rate cut,
WhatsApp
even though
group.
he
I
did
said
not
I
have a
think
vote.
there is a small
Bostic
pull,
was
I think
similar
there's a
in that regard
pullback
in terms of future cuts.
building.
So, but in
low
terms
key.
of voters, I think he could
But
have.
I
Maybe
could be
4,
completely
maybe 5
wrong. They could
dissents for
hold
a
this
cut,
until 2,
and he would almost certainly have 3 for if he
3:30,
did not cut.
and then
So this is not
figure it
good
out
in
after
terms of the way
GG's on 0
the
DT
impression
and 1
it gives.
DT most likely
And
if
I
that
think
happens.
the only
so.
hope that he has right here is that, as you were suggesting,
The data.
economic data comes out.
Market trying to
it's
pull back.
definitive
Let's
one
see what
way
happens.
or the other, and that allows the Fed to coalesce around a majority or
Red
a much
says,
more
I want
clear
a
majority
pullback, but
decision.
been
I
wrong
know,
a
but
lot
what are we
today,
going to get?
so
A
I
September
don't
jobs
know.
report?
Okay,
Hot or
that's
cold?
fair.
It's old news.
No, we're going to get. I think
RSI,
we're going to
or
get
the
November. We're going
volume
to get the
will win
November
here.
jobs report,
Couple
and we
candles.
will get. I think
Candles
it's.
are in the middle
I'll
of it.
check my calendar on this. I think. No, we should get November before the December meeting. I think, right? For the month of November.
Yes.
October is the black hole that will. The black hole forever.
All right, support is
where
being
light goes in
broken
and
down
nothing
on
comes
the
out,
algo
apparently.
range. If the
We
next
will
candle
also-
comes
we
and
also
the
get,
5-minute candle starts
the
building
CPI report
lower,
for December, I believe.
the bears
on
are
the
coming
second
right
day
now.
Of the meeting.
Bears are here. Bears are here. Bears
and
are
I don't know
here.
where the PPI comes out in that regard. I talked to somebody at the BLS, and this person was just waiting for
This is the
instructions.
1/3,
One of the economists who heads
2/3,
one of the divisions. I had a
3/3.
background conversation.
Off
It was
of
like, call back in a
12,
little bit
11,
when I know something. There's a
and we're going
page
to
on
shut
the
this guy up. Shh. There's a cycle building. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into 12:25. Time is 12:30 in 18 seconds. The MACD and the volume is starting to win over the RSI. The candles are flickering below the algo range. It could completely bear trap right here, right now. We're about to find out. At 674.78, the bulls have been coming in very strong every single time they've been going lower, and the RSI has never dipped below negative red. If the RSI goes red, there's a higher possibility this is really happening. But I mean, RSI, let's find out, right? People that are slowly coming back now, please don't come back. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I love you all. All right, I don't know what's going on. Let's find out, folks. Let's hit the like button. Time is 12:30. Let's go. Now we're finding what's going on underneath this algo range. All right. This is not bear control yet. The market is deciding what to do.
The economy and the murky macro picture here. We are joined by Vincent.
Market
Reinhart,
is
BNY
deciding whether
Investments
to
chief
go
economist,
lower or
former
not.
Fed
The MACD and
economist.
the RSI
Do
is
you
now
expect
all
them to
going
not
negative
cut in
trying.
December,
If that
Vince, at this
orange
point?
line goes
I
below,
think
then
they'll
that's
cut,
how
and
you
I
get a
think your
confirmation that the
conversation
bears are
just
pushing
now
lower.
was exactly
If
right. You
not,
asked
then
the right
this thing
question
could
as
still
a-
be bear
as a
trapped right
pro.
here, right now.
Time
is
the answer, what
12:30.
has changed over the
Right,
last
the
couple
cycle
months?
confirmed it.
Not a whole lot. We don't have a
Cycle
lot of
confirmed
data
it
to support
at
a
12:25
changed outlook. But essentially,
into
the
12:30, and
FOMC
12:30 is
participants'
deciding whether
view
to
of
continue this push
economic
lower
activity and
from
inflation
12:30
should be
into
about the same as when they
12:32, the
wrote
last
down
minute of
summary
the
of
12:30
economic
candle, and then at
projections in
that point it
September.
will decide whether
That's
to
the
go
key.
lower
Nervous about it now.
into
I don't know why.
12:35 or
It makes-
not.
I know they're not
But it
political,
will do
but it
it
makes them seem political.
when it wants and how it wants,
what
and
they
it's
wrote
doing it slow
down
right now, so we're
was a
finding out.
wide
This is the
range of
3/3. I
opinions
called
about
out in
where
the
the funds
WhatsApp
rate
group
should
that
be at the
there's
end
some
of the
sort of
year.
bearish
And we're
cycle
getting
coming.
to the end of the
Right? I
year.
said
And so
they're
this is
building a
chronicle of the
pullback
death
low key at
foretold.
12:20, and they're
The
pulling back
September
into
SEP
so
median
damn
for
slow.
three
Time is
cuts
12:30.
tipped by just one vote.
We're
or
getting
one
ahead of
FOMC
ourselves.
participant.
12:35 is not
There
here.
were 10 of them who thought 3 rate
All right.
cuts were appropriate. There were 9 of them who thought 2 rates were
Right, this is
cuts were
bear trap
appropriate
right
for the
now,
rest of the
building
year.
off the
What's
3/3
happened?
in the
We've
small
gotten
cycle.
two rate cuts, and so now the
Not out of the
FOMC is
woods.
split between
Bulls are
10 who
saying
want more and 9 who think they've done enough. Hence, they're all
enough.
talking. There's no surprise in the data, no reaction to
Look
political
at the blue line and the
events,
orange
no-
line right now.
This is their differing views on how to conduct policy, given the outlook is unfolded about the way they thought.
And yet, you know,
again, it is up to
you hear the argument, as Steve said, they were even making the argument before the last
this
meeting
was
that
literally
inflation
now or
is
never,
not
but fuck.
where they want it to be, and there are
oh my
risks
God, it's
to
now
the
or never.
upside.
It's now or never right here, and it's looking real bad. It's looking real bad for bears.
Again
This
in
shit
September,
is dangerous.
only 12 out of 19 of them were comfortable with 2 rate cuts.
Right, this shit is dangerous stuff.
In the last quarter of the year. That's what they did in October. That's why we got the dissent from President Schmidt. Now it's down to only 10 of them being comfortable. They're just talking more. And one thing you've got to appreciate,
man, candles are zigzagging up and down.
Don't meet a lot together in between the meeting. When they're talking in public, they're talking to themselves.
Man, I just want 668, 6670. Come on. Give me 670, goddammit. Come on. 672, I'll be happy. Come on.
Right? A lot of that had to do, some argue, with the introduction of new uncertainties.
Come
like
on.
Do you think there's a danger of that happening again if we are re-embarking on a fresh cut cycle?
So I think the danger with another cut is that
this is bull cycle trying off at 12:30 for 1, 2, 3. I don't even know. Now time is 12:35 in 2 minutes here.
If there is a rate cut in December, and I do think we will get one, there'll be dissents associated with that. So it's going to be hard for Chair Powell to make the positive case how that's supporting economic activity and that is consistent with them ultimately achieving their inflation goal.
Come on, baby. I'm back at 4K. Come on, baby. Come on, roll her down. Come on. Data didn't work. Come on, roll her down.
I do wonder, maybe we're making too much of December, whether they cut or not. There's going to be a whole new cast of voting members next year, including a new chair come spring, and the market expects a lot more cuts.
As I do, because essentially my forecast for the Fed switches in 2025 to 2026. 2025, it's that wonky.
Man, they're doing it so slow. This could be a bear trap where candles are just literally about to be lightning speed teleportation.
Tell me what's happening to the real macro fundamentals, and
I can
the
see
Fed
a big
will
trap or
mostly do the right thing. And so therefore rates are going down because they're more worried about
I'm
activity.
at 4,100, please.
Next year, it's a forecast of the political economy. Will the White House be able to appoint a majority
672 me, come on.
672
me, come on. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, baby. This is bearish.
Then they can rule the FOMC.
Come on, just roll her down for 5 minutes. That's all I need.
That's the way the Federal Reserve Act is written. That's the way Congress was opined in 1913, 35, and 2016. And
statistically speaking, should be a bear trap, and then it's so damn looking easy that it could be easily. We'll overpower this easily, but I mean,
rates are going down a lot.
Why are they doing this so slow? I don't
Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
God. They're doing it so slow. People, I mean, I don't know. Do most of the people chase into slow ass candles like that, and then it bounces like that, or just a fake bounce, or I don't know. I mean, it probably does do that because people chase into slow ass small candles, but like, yeah, that is that's something.
So whenever I need more space in my wardrobe.
Sorry.
The S&P is coming back here from an earlier sharper dip at the open. The S&P now down about 1/3 of 1%. The NASDAQ also recovering. It's actually almost trading near the flat line. So big drop yesterday. Does appear to be trying to recover today. The NASDAQ comeback is led by Micron, Microsoft, NVIDIA has turned higher, Palantir is now higher again, Netflix under pressure, Apple and, Google and Amazon. Those are the ones that haven't quite turned green. Joining us here is Apollo Global Chief Economist Torsten Slok, and there's a big hot debate right now around what the Fed should do, what the Fed will do. Maybe that's giving a little anxiety to the tech trade this week in particular. What do you expect for December?
Well, I think the signaling from the FOMC members has been this issue that we've been debating for a long time, namely inflation. Are we done with fighting inflation, or are we not done with fighting inflation? And it's very clear that they are communicating, the majority of them, that we're not quite done with fighting inflation.
12,
so the data coming in
35.
still shows that inflation has been around 3% now for quite some time. The consensus expects that to be the case for the next 18 months. So with that backdrop, it's just really difficult for them to begin to cut interest rates in December.
So you agree with if they go with no move?
I do agree with that move, because I do think that the inflationary problems are still here. There's upside pressure from the dollar having gone down, and there still is uncertainty about how much pass-through is going to come through tariffs.
But so you don't take comfort in the fact that inflation expectations are totally under control, and the other part of their job is to make sure that the labor market stays strong and it's weakening.
Well, and the problem with the labor market is that if the BLS gets to work by the middle of next week, normally the employment report is measured in the week of the 12th, which means this week. That means that they might begin to measure the labor market closer to the Thanksgiving week.
Is this really lunch hour? Things slowing down, like really chopping like this up here?
What is the true health of the labor market? And the final point is also, remember, we have no data for October. That means that the number, when they count the labor market, they count how many had a job in total. And therefore, we will now compare that with what we had for September. So suddenly, the number that comes out in December will actually be a measure that it has to be compared with over a 2-month period. So there's a lot of things that become very complex when you begin to think about exactly where is the health of the labor market at the moment. But the good news is jobless claims have not been going up. Yes, Challenger Grain Christmas did show slight deterioration, but the bottom line still is the labor market is still holding up very nicely.
Right. Although the Journal today, this remarkable piece, companies predict 26 will be the worst college grad job market in 5 years. What do you think is going on with entry level?
If you look at the data for the unemployment rate for people who have a bachelor's degree between the age of 22 and 27, what is really unique about that story today is that if you look at the unemployment rate for women, it's actually going down, and the unemployment rate for men is going up. So it brings to the table this very awkward discussion. Is AI only impacting men and not women? Maybe there's some of those who are computer science and coders. But the fact that there is actually a very low unemployment rate for women that are college graduates in the young 20 to 25 age group, it tells you that this narrative that, oh, no one can find a job because of AI, that's just simply not correct. Because if this were the case, jobless claims would be going up, and that's just not what we're seeing.
All right. The other one, I loved your chart today on Chinese exports, where they have found buyers in Asia to double the offset from the decline to the U.S. What do you think that says about not just the relationship between us and China, but what Chinese container shipments are doing right now, incoming supply, holidays, and beyond?
Well, it shows the remarkable adjustment that China has been able to make, partly to direct their exports to other countries. Of course, there's also something that ultimately likely ends up through other Asian countries in the U.S. But the bottom line is that China still, on the export side, has been doing surprisingly well, mainly because of the growth to other Asian countries. Growth in exports to Europe has basically been flat. Exports to Africa, exports to Latin America has been flat. It really is all the other Asian countries that have picked up the slack now that exports into the U.S. have been going down.
By the way, NASDAQ positive, so the dip is getting bought. A lot of people were wondering if that would happen after yesterday's big tumble. It looked like we were going to be down again. When do you expect the AI, or do you think it's happening, to AI to be reflected actually in the data?
Well, and this is why the discussion with Dan Ives a minute ago is very important, because the expectation now is that we should be watching very, very carefully. When is this showing up in the S&P 493? It's very clear that the Magnificent Seven are doing very well, but if you look at earnings expectations since the beginning of the year, they are up for the Magnificent Seven, but they're actually down for the S&P 493. Likewise, profit margins up for the S&P 7 and down for the S&P 493. So now we got to see the S&P 493 begin to benefit from AI, and we're beginning to see some signs of that. We heard a few anecdotes through the last earnings season, but it's very clear that the burden now in the AI story is on. Now we need to see more earnings growth. We need to see that, quote unquote, the rest of the K-shaped part of the corporate space, namely the S&P 493, actually begin to benefit as a result of the AI
you think
revolution.
That's coming?
I do expect that we will begin to see some of that. So I do expect a rebound in the economy next year. Also, let's not forget that the $1 big beautiful bill, according to the CBO, is going to add almost a full percentage point to GDP growth because of accelerated depreciation. So we are going through a lull in the economy in this quarter and next quarter, but it is a Nike swoosh where things are basically getting better. This is our expectation. This is the consensus expectation as we go through 2026.
And that's partly why you would hold in December, I assume.
Because I'm worried about what that means for the upside risk to inflation, which is already at 3. And if we're now concluding that maybe we have some tailwinds, the trade war is more behind us. Liberation Day is now 8 months ago. We also now have more tailwinds coming from, of course, the financial conditions still be relatively easy, and the one big beautiful bill helping going into next year. There's a lot of tailwinds building for the U.S. economy.
Where do you think the inflation is going to show itself? In services?
So I think services, because ISM prices paid have been going up a lot in the last 6 months, and this means that the input costs in production for service sector companies have been rising very significantly in the last 6 months. So given services makes up about 60% of the CPI basket, the risk is that it's not only goods and tariffs that are lifting inflation, but it could be that services, and this will be my prediction, that services will all begin to show upside pressure as we get into next year.
Hasn't really happened this year yet, but okay. Thank you.
At Grainger, we have over 1.
Thank you. Thank you. A lack of a strategic view. That's a good one.
So let's continue the conversation with Mohamed El-Erian this morning, Chief Economic Advisor at Allianz, who I'm sure has been listening in. Mohamed, happy Friday. It's good to see you. Do you think this wave of unleashed data can be definitive?
Sorry about a lot of trolls in the chat, guys. Let's have a good day. Let's have a good Friday.
And you heard
please hit the like button. Thank you so much.
Steve say that
there's a lot of people that do the exact opposite of what I asked them to do, and they're continuously here to like.
These are deep divisions.
I don't even know if they're making alt accounts or whatever, but they literally do shit to like literally just make people leave. So I'm really sorry about that, but the rest of you guys that are here having a good day, good time. Thank you so much that are here. And I feel,
is it structural? Is it supply? Is it demand? The second reason is the aversion is different.
That's all I can say. But honestly, you know what I mean? God did, number one, God did for folks that are good-hearted and that are here for the benefit of themselves.
Making it even more complicated.
Bless
but
you,
the awful
bless
reason,
your
and
heart,
that's why the data isn't going to sort it out,
I hope you all have
is that this is a Fed that lacks a strategic view.
Today is Friday,
it doesn't have clarity
Saturday,
as
Sunday,
to are we on the cusp of a productivity boom that allows us to run monetary policy hotter than we would otherwise, or
refresh yourself, and then we'll all see
difference.
those.
And for the marketplace, the narrative has changed from something very comforting. We're going to get cuts despite a solid economy, to now we may not get cuts despite a weakening labor market. So it's a huge change in the top-down narrative that amplifies the bottom-up. And I am dying to see, Carl, whether we get the buying on dips that has been so reliable for so long.
Right. I wonder, depending on how equities trade and whether these dips get bought, Mohamed, are you beginning to think about the impact of a wealth effect on the high-end spend that might eventually say, or push the doves to say we win?
No, I think the wealth effect isn't as powerful as we tend to think it is. And we saw that clearly during the era of QE, where the wealth effect should have kicked in and QE should have had a positive benefit on the economy that's material, and it didn't. So no, I don't worry about the wealth effect as much as I worry about the technicals. That we're seeing it today, that people step back from all markets and you no longer get the risk mitigation properties that are so important to asset allocation. That's what I'm worried about. So I'm focused very much on the technicals and whether this, once again, the buying on the dip conditioning works, or alternatively, we see a repeat of what we saw in earlier periods where there is no risk mitigator for investors.
What would you be advocating for if you were on the Fed, Mohamed?
I would cut, and I would have started cutting in July. And for the simple reason that I do believe we're on the cusp of a major productivity boom. I do believe that monetary policy can be looser than it would have been otherwise. And I worry that we may inadvertently delay or even derail a growth spurt because we're not paying enough attention to the sectors that you talked about.
So that's why I almost said, Sarah, I think the sectors that you talked about that benefit from a rate cut are important in this K-shaped economy.
Me too. But what about the argument, that Steve made that the aggregate economy is doing pretty well if you look across, markets, economy, and that the Fed should just stand pat and see which one is the bigger risk to materialize? It feels like that's where they want to go.
So Chair Powell put it well when they say there is no risk-free path, and that's just a reflection of what hasn't happened already. If the Fed had been more timely, we may be in a different position, but it is what it is. So yes, there are risks on both sides. So I always ask the question, which is a more recoverable mistake if we end up making a mistake? Hopefully we will not end up making a mistake. So look at the inflation side. For the hawks, they'll tell you that 60% of the components of the CPI are 3% or above. I would say to them, look at inflation expectations. Believe now that despite the 2% target, we're living in a stable 2.5% to 3% inflation world, and do you really want to sacrifice the productivity and growth outlook? That's where I would end up.
Mohammed, we'll see what we get in the coming days. It's going to be really important to watch. Have a good weekend. Thanks.
At Janus Henderson Investors, we believe working together is the way to work better.
He's a big fan, he said. Is he though? Is he? We're seeing a big surge of companies looking for office space. That's the news. What kind of fucking horseshit, bullshit news is that? Okay, something going on. Oh god. I want to see how JP Morgan is doing after this one. Look at this. Look at this one.
News out of Washington. For that, we'll turn to Eamon Javers. Morning, Eamon.
Carl, a new social media post here from the President of the United States. He is calling for a Department of Justice investigation into J.P. Morgan, former President Bill Clinton, and others involved in relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what the President said on social media just a short time ago. He says, now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all their other failures, I will be asking Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement.
If the low of the 12:30 candle here breaks, then there's something, but like honestly, for until now, constantly nothing. So let us see. Alright, bears are stepping it up, candles are stacking. MACD volume is now going negative again, but... Alright, were they tricking the bulls, or what? There's a divergence at the roof, and the 5-minute kind of coming in now. Look that. 5-minute candle coming in now like that. Time is 12:50. And it's pretty sad, right? There's a lot of good vibes and like just I don't know, certain people just trying to ruin vibes like crazy out here. It is literally the sad thing to see. Why they can't have a good time somewhere else, God knows, but it is truly, truly sad. And life is to be enjoyed, not to be hateful, right? Life is to be a human, so. This shit is tiny. I think there is more coming, but it's just slow, like earlier. Right, every single time it is lower. It's been bear trapping. I'm still in. I'm not fucking waiting all that shit for that little fucking tiny ass shit, so I don't really give a fuck. I'm staying. I am at 4.5k. I'm trying to get the fuck out at like 5. I'll see. I didn't leave at 5k, so why the fuck would I leave at now? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm Gucci.
Today.
But, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so fucking tired of, you know, people coming into chat and just literally straight up trying to ruin vibes when I ask them not to do anything. Like, literally, I asked them not to do that specific thing, and then they do that specific thing, and I don't understand it because why? It's like, why are we trying to, you know, I don't know. There's better things to be done. There's a lot of time, right? 12:50. I'm not even talking about YouTube. I'm talking about WhatsApp group, bro. There's been a lot of like people coming in with AI bot pictures, trying to be like, you know, like literally be like, hey, can you like post at midday, not like at like 12 or 1 a.m. right after I post my market update video, so that you know you don't like try to like cloud my post or something. And they do that. Like I'm like, what are you doing? Like you literally are looking at like, come on now, baby. All right, I'm at 5.4k. I'm at 5.4k. Alright, I'm targeting 670 here. I'm being fucking crazy. 672. Time is 1 p.m. Oh god. Alright, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Balance is possible here. They were cooking, just advanced level. They were cooking, just advanced level. I hate this shit. Massive bear trap possible. I don't know because of the 0 DT, but like, yeah, fuck. That is the most saddest thing I've ever seen. No, I know the guy wasn't trolling in the beginning, but like, you know, I'm literally asking to stop doing that, right? And if you're gonna continuously come on to do that, then you gotta go take a break. I put you on like a 24-hour thing, so if you want to come back, you can come back. But I mean, a lot of people aren't. I don't know, different, man. I don't want to see that shit, to be honest with you. No offense. Hopefully, no offense is taken, right? Time is 12:40. I'm not a child. There's a lot of people that are older than me. I don't even know what kind of messages I'm seeing, bro. $12.50 bouncing to $12.55. I'm at 4.5K, just waiting. 1 DT 671. MACD is dying bearish again. Turning into a look below and failure for now, unless something happens again. 1255. Time is 1 p.m. It is getting closer and closer to 2, 3. That is true. I was up nice at 1250, but I want more. I'm a greedy bitch. I don't care. Right? I'm a greedy motherfucking. I like baconator and fucking cheese and sandwich from my local deli. Alright, I've been waiting a long time, so. I'm starving. I gotta eat. MACD and the volume said it should not drop. That's what it literally says. It should not drop. But maybe the 5-minute changing, right? 5-minute is turning bearish, so we will find out in about 5 minutes. All right. We will find out in about 5 minutes. The cycle's on. SPY is showing 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right? The cycle is showing 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And the cycle is showing 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then we are now back within 674.5. Okay. That is I don't know what to tell you, but lol. Alright, we clearly didn't go to 677 yet, so we'll find out. What the helly? Right? What the helly happens? Alright, until that low breaks, right? Cycles are, and they went higher, is option 2. And then from Friday, right? QQQ. And then it didn't go to the, where did it stop? The all-time previous high. Okay, interesting. All right. So, oh, okay. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck you guys want me to do here? You guys want me to fucking dance on the fucking goddamn, like, a watermelon and then be like, oh, this is coming to, like, like, I can't make this shit more obvious, you know what I mean? Like, I'm literally out here showing higher time frame. I don't know, what do you guys want me to do? Like, how could I, like, bro, people are literally, I show all this shit and people are like, can you still, what are you thinking? I don't know. I can go back up. I'm not trying to say it's gonna reject, but like, bruh, I literally show everything and I literally type everything in the WhatsApp group and everything, and like people just don't even. They don't even. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just tired, right? I get no sleep, so I gotta just go sleep. Much love to all. I don't know, dude. Is there bigger things at play than just candles? Right? People just love candles. I don't give a goddamn gyat about candles. Right? I love setup. That's what I literally live and die on. That's what I've been living and dying on. And that's what I've been living on for the last fucking month and 2 months and 3 months. So fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it! You know what, bruh? Whatever. We'll see. In about 5-10 minutes. This is bearish. I can't even say it, but this is bearish. This is and was. Since 1240. Alright, I'm about to take profit soon. I just need a fucking big break too. 672 or 671.5. I'll be happy. 671.5, please. 671.5. 671.5. Come on, baby. 671.5. Come on, go. Go, actually, come on. Come on, 671.5. 671.5. Alright, fuck price targets. Oh my lord. I'm at 5.6K. Alright, you guys want me to say it? Bust down Tatiana. Bust down Tatiana! Bust down Tatiana! Bust down! 4 break, small cycle. 672.15 next support. Alright, I'm at, come on, baby. One more fucking candle, come on. Big ass candle. These are humongous candles. Humongous candles. This is 3/3. Huge candles. Most likely. Come on! Time is 1:05. 1 or 2 big ass red candles and then a cycle bounce I'm expecting here. Time is 1:05. 1:05. 1:03. First minute of the 1:05 candle. Fucking huge candle. 1:05. I am booked out a half right now. 3K. I have 2.7K left. I'm out. Let's go! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Alright. Come on, baby. 673. 670.35. Come on, fuck. Hell yeah. That was huge, but like, come on. 105, come on. That was fucking huge, right? Yo, we went over the bigger chart 5 minutes ago, right? Look at that shit, right? Look at this. What is this? Previous all-time high rejection, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, creating from when? 1250, 1230. You see that SPX? 1230. Look at that on QQQ. 12 p.m. Look at that shit. What did I say at 1220, right? I said something is cooking underneath, right? 1220 in the WhatsApp group. Look at that shit at 1220, right? I said 1220, right? I said something is cooking. 1218, no volume, MACD, dangerous both ways, but cycles are building underneath this thing. I think they're building a fucking pullback low key and a pull. Let's go. All right, come on, more. $2 more. $2 more. $2 more. Fuck me. Come on, $2 more. Man, look at that fucking. Oh my lord. All right, today's good day. I'm about to be done after this shit. I'm up. Come on, baby. Wow. Holy fuck. Okay, sorry for my language. I'm sorry. Holy. 670.37, really? Please. Greedy son of a bitch. Greedy son of a bitch. Greedy son of a bitch. I'm a greedy son of a bitch. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nah. I should not use that word. I'm sorry about that. Alright. Nah, but come on. Alright. 105 is bouncing. That is. I wish I just held everything and sold at that bottom, but come on. I'm looking for 1 or 2 more red candles here, but they already came in with 3 big ass red 1-minute candles when I literally said I expect, look, I literally said at 1:03 p.m. cycles are coming most likely after 1 to 3 big red candles, and 1, 2, 3 red candles came after 3 big ass red candles, and the market's deciding what to do right now at 106. It is bounce trying. Cycle is creating. Off of 105, trying. I am still in. Off of 105, bounce into 110. I'm in half. I have 10 contracts left. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't usually do this 50% bull, but like yeah, whenever I do, sometimes it be catching me like this off guard. Usually, AMA. All out type of fucking thing, but this shit is risky as hell now. Risky as hell. Come on. Being risky as hell. 670.60. 670.40. That'd be nice. Bears are trying right now. Bears are here. But until that low breaks at 105, they're in danger. If the 105 low breaks, then the bulls are trapped right now. Since 12, big time. Look at that violent up to 675, right? And 675, making people hope on 677, 680, 682, and then pull back to 670s or 672 or something. I Or no? Should we do a poll right here? I think it's perfect time to do a poll, folks. Everybody vote what you think is about to happen right here, right now. Higher or lower? Everybody do a poll right here, right now. Right? Alright, HOD or VWAP? HOD or VWAP? Bounce is strong off of 105 showing. Alright, 0 DT. I am not playing with, but they could cook this thing because of 0 DT. So I guess it's not an easy ride down. It is literally looking scary. 50-50. 3 people voting HOD, 3 people voting VWAP in the WhatsApp group, 4 people voting VWAP, split, 5 people voting VWAP now, 3 people voting HOD. Sid says higher. Honestly, I could see it going higher too. I'm scared as hell holding half of my 1 DT right now, I'm not gonna lie. Anyone else want to vote in the YouTube chat? Sorry, 4 people are saying HOD, 5 people are saying VWAP in the WhatsApp group. And we only have Sid saying higher in the YouTube chat. Dave is saying lower. Captain says HOD. Okay. So 105 bounce to 109 or 110 Eastern Standard Time, and then 110 is rejecting, but until the low of the 105 candle breaks, you just think of this as in all bears are in danger, all bears are stuck in this humongous 3/3 box until the low of that candle breaks. And even if that low of the candle breaks, they could come right back up somewhere below this 4 p.m. candle. So not saying it's full on bearish, but you know, there's certain things you got to watch out for. And right now it's a bear trap off of 105 into 110. So that is something that is happening. This thing could bear excuse me, oh my god, this thing could bear trap crazy into 3, into you know, whatever. So it can even go lower and bear trap into 3. So it's getting dangerous. RSI is being bought back on the 1 minute, but it could be reloading again. Algo range created, break it higher into the last minute of the 110. Oh my god, candle. I'm scared. I should just... Honestly, I should just run. Just call it a day, to be honest. I'm just, I don't even know why I do the... Now I'm stuck. Oh no. Cycle is just so 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 15, 25 minutes, 5 minutes, 15, 25 minutes, 5 minutes. It's a lot. Like, it's trapping people at 677, 680. It's trapping people at 670, 668. And the range is humongous right now. 675 to 670, 679. So that's $7. The range is humongous right here. Oh man, I should have just booked everything at the bottom. Now it is. Now I'm inside the cycle, right? Hoping, basically. This is literally hoping. Bears are hoping. Bulls are hoping. Everybody's hoping for it to come back. You know what I mean? Bulls and bears. And there's new money hoping on it to go their way too. Everybody's hoping. Why? This is the midpoint of the drop. 1240 to 105. Is higher than the midpoint of the drop. Oh no. Bulls are hoping up there at 675.61, and the Bears are hoping down there at 672.3, and everybody's just stuck in the middle at 674.5, thinking about $3 up, thinking about $4 down. Like, it's just crazy, dude. Oh my God, this is what I mean by the market makes what people think on the floor and the roof and the midpoint at different times. This is what midpoint floor hoping. This is roof hoping. This is floor hoping. This is midpoint roof hoping. This is the midpoint. This is floor. You call this floor hoping. You know, there's so many like changes constantly too. Oh my. If this runs up, this is a super, super, super nasty cycle to burn all puts. I will not lie to even zero, even 1 DT. Maybe it's doing this little bounce because of the 1 DT, but like if this thing runs up to 675 and breaks the 1240, that would suggest that it breaks the high of today and continues the bullish run higher, and they would burn tomorrow's puts. So that's literally what happened on Monday and Tuesday. Right? They continuously went higher because HOD broke, right? So that's what's going on right now. The market is evaluating at the pivot point, at the HOD, pivot point 2, deciding what to do, right? At the pivot point, right? Whether to go back higher, break the HOD, right? There's a divergence at the roof too. This is so dangerous. Right? This is what I meant by medium term, longer term. Shorts could get cooked because of the divergence at the top, making medium term, longer term bears in danger. That does not mean every single time there's a divergence at the roof, they're going to cook the bears later. I'm just saying, like, they're going to use it in some way, to use it as setup in some way, to use it as setup in some way. And more than not, it has been like that where I try to go against, you know, like they're going higher and higher and they make a divergence and then I get hurt, or they go lower and lower and they make a divergence and then, you know, they, or something like that, right? Where I've been in it. So that's why I just say my experiences, but I swear that's what I mean by you guys experience it yourselves. You feel it personally yourselves, whether it's good or bad, and then you just remember that yourselves. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, because I swear there is a point in what's going on. Like the point is for you to remember what is going on to you emotionally, and also, you know what I mean, like what's going on in your life right around you, and just remember that, because there is a point, and the point is literally like there's something going on here, right? Something bigger than just candles and just numbers and just oh, market news. Oh, it's just something bigger. So clearly, like, just literally just feel it. And I swear it just, at one point, if you just try and try and try and try and try, it will connect, and you will be like, oh, 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 now it's like, I swear. It doesn't feel like it, but like you just start doing it and then it starts clicking and then everything just starts working. And then, yeah, I'm not saying everything just starts working, but I'm saying more than not, more consistency, more consistency, more probability, more percentage wise. You are a deductor, not a speculator or a hoper type of thing, is what I'm trying to say. You guys get what I'm trying to say here? So on that note, right? Bears are pushing right now off of 115 into 120, deciding what to do. Let's see what happens here. I really want them to push lower, but I mean, they could bear trap here big time, right? They're bull trapping and they're bear trapping, right? Let's see. I think they're bull trapping right now, to be honest, but and then they can bear trap. All right. Let's see. How was today? All right. How was today so far? All right. Slightly green, slightly red, and neutral. I'm green by 1.2K now. I want this shit to fucking roll! I'm green. How is everyone doing today? Market trying to go lower at 120. This is a advanced level bull trap in my opinion. And then there is a possibility of a bear trap down there. This is what I think. This could be a bear trap. I don't know. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Why do I think that? Because of the higher time frame. What is the higher time frame, Jeff? This shit I called out literally 30 minutes ago, right? In the WhatsApp group at what, 12? I literally called out at 12 o'clock, 12:20, right? When is 12:20? Literally 5 minutes after the first confirmation, right? I wait for confirmations, right? I say, oh, that could have been a bot, and there's a confirmation cycle at, where it was very, very, very choppy up there. But you get what I'm saying? I called this out, cycle confirmation, basically, and then went lower, and then popped it up, and then cycle confirmed it again. So, man, this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 at its finest, folks. And if you guys like what you see on the charts, please hit the subscribe button and also hit the like button. But what we do on this channel is literally best analyze the intraday stock market, which is cycle analysis, time confirmation analysis, setup, fundamental analysis, reality check, and also checking yourself emotionally and checking, reality. So, God bless everybody. And on that note, I'm waiting a couple of minutes to take profit here. And on that note, I am come on, 671. Come on. Is that possible? One candle, 671. Let's see. 671. Let's go, baby, right? I said at 1:18 p.m. advanced level bull trap, then bear trap possible in my opinion. We will see. At 1:18, when was that? 1:18 was somewhere up there, right? I said, oh, advanced level bull trap, then bear trap is possible later in my opinion. Advanced level bull trap is playing out right now. That does not mean it's going to be bear trapping right now. I'm just saying, in my opinion, this shit about to go to VWAP, and then at VWAP, it will decide what to do right here, right now. Right, God bless everybody that is here. Please hit the like button. We at the previous day, 4 p.m. close at 671. 672, sorry. Previous day, 4 p.m. close. Right? Do you guys remember what I've been saying from up there? And people were calling me what? Chicken Little, and people were calling me wild, right? So I'm telling you, when things are completely bullish and when things are completely bearish, obviously it's going to look wild as fuck going against the, the majority of the trend, and of course going long and going short, right? When it's going crazy down or when it's going crazy up. But all I can say is there are people out there in the world, and the market operates in a way that people that make the best possible deductions, people that do the best possible reality based, cycle based, time confirmation, primary factor based analysis does good for themselves because they can check themselves being too much biased, bullish or bearish. It doesn't even matter about bullish or bearish because this is a 33.3% chance of breaking the roof, staying in between the roof and the floor, and breaking the floor. So all I can say is every single goddamn day, right? Doesn't even matter if it goes higher or lower. It literally just matters on cycle analysis. Cycle analysis. What is cycle analysis? Like, we're literally seeing it live right now. We're seeing it live together right now. So, I mean, people literally, they see it. They don't have to believe it, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's happening, whether they want to or not. And I can't literally, I am calling shit out 24/7, but like, for me to do that and do this and do that and then do that on YouTube, I can't legally do that. So I mean, it is what it is. I do what I do myself. That's the whatever. I'm not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy so any securities or investments. I'm a I'm a I'm a Best Buy live trader, chart analyzer, deductor, right? Right? That's all I do, baby. I know who I am. Like, let's go. Right? I know who I am. I know who I am. Shit. All I'm saying is, bro, like, you gotta really be careful. Man, it's dangerous. Life is dangerous. Trading dangerous. Right? This shit ain't just fucking a walk in the park. Right? Life is not just a walk in the park. Right? So let's respect life and be okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Be real. Be a man and be a woman. I'm serious. I've been saying this every single day. And people just take things as a joke, but it is what it is. You either realize, it's serious, or you don't. But that's up to the individual. Every single day. We've been saying that, though. And now this is 3/3. They could trap the out of bears like crazy. There's a lot of bears down here. We'll see. I'm gonna send the SPX split to call ratio if I can now. Man, time is already 1:30. I can't. Time is 1:30. I feel like I'm being greedy right now. Like, so greedy. I'm literally waiting on the floor. What is the floor? The floor of this little cycle here. I'm literally sitting at the floor, hoping on it to go little down or something, so that I can get more. But like, I'm getting greedy. Like, you know what I mean? I can't make it up. I can't make up what it ain't. Like, it's literally, this is greed. I'm overstaying right now. I'm in the 3/3, and I don't even know. I want another spike down, but clearly there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 25 minutes of bears here since 1:20, 1:15, 1:10, 1:05, and 12:55. So that shows 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, right? 25 minutes of bears that they could eat in a bull bear sandwich. So we'll find out. We're not even at VWAP. We're not even at the HOD. The poll was done sometime at, when was the poll done? At 1:10 p.m. At 1:10 p.m. we said, hey, what is coming next, the HOD or VWAP? And more people voted HOD, I think, in the YouTube chat. But 5 people voted HOD, and then it was like 4 people VWAP, and then the candle started stacking red, and the people started voting VWAP. So I think it was more stacking HOD until like 1:15, 1:10. So yeah. Wait, people voted VWAP at 1:15. So never mind. People voted VWAP at 1:15. Interesting, right? The last person to the two last. I can't even talk. The two last people to vote VWAP voted at the top of that cycle, 1:15. So I guess more people were saying VWAP on the WhatsApp group by 2, and not a lot of people voted in YouTube. But yeah, it's okay. Time is 1:30. 1:30 bounced from 120 low. 1:30 bounced from 125 low on the QQQs. There is a divergence at the roof. What does that mean? That means there is a possibility that could be a setup for them to nuke up to later at lotto times and clear it. Or this is the pullback for them to nuke up to and clear it. And then once the divergence clears, they could be like, oh, completely new setup now too. right? I'm not speculating it's going to go clear the divergence, but all I'm saying is that is a part of how the market works, just like how the market makes 1 minute gaps like this and then goes up and then gap fills, right? Or there leaves like a 1 minute gap somewhere upward. You know how you see how the market is so clear? IWM is so perfectly no gaps, right? Sometimes there's literally gaps like everywhere when we're at all-time highs, and like that's literally what you gotta watch out. Gap, fill, gap, fill. Sometimes they leave gaps here and then come back and fill that later. Market trying to go back bullish. Now this is getting actually choppy. It's getting wavy now. This is turning into a nasty bull bear trap off of 120. If I do, this is turning into a bull bear sandwich now. Bull bear sandwich. Unless they're using this cycle to go lower here, but yeah, we'll find out. It's literally now or never, because the MACD RSI will turn green if they do not reject here. So whatever is about to happen, we're about to find out soon, right? The RSI on the MACD and the RSI on the IWM is trying to go bullish right now, right? So if the thing does not reject here and it goes higher for 1, 2, 3 more minutes, it's going to turn bullish. You guys kind of mentally understand how that could connect into the bigger picture too, right? So those are the type of things that, you know, retail traders don't really think of and don't really look at, but those are the type of things that I came to an understanding that I need to understand to really pay attention to, because people don't, and that is literally what I'm not saying it's going to be like that for the next 5 minutes, but I'm saying, like, you know, how it builds the next 1 minute, the next minute, the next minute is so important. It's something that you got to be constantly on top of, you know? So do be on top of, do stuff like that. And when you are talking about the MACD, you're not just looking at the volume and being like, oh, the MACD is bullish. You look at the RSI on the blue and the orange line too, and be like, oh, it is quite oversold on the 1. Oh, it is not really oversold on the 5. Oh, it is blah, 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 blah. So, pull it back for 1 minute and then is bullish trying. All right, 130 is creating an algo range at 130 by doing that. At the roof. Right. 130. 673.55 and 672.8 somewhere is creating an algo range 130, 130. All right, if you guys want to see any big name stocks, let's go look at some big name stocks real quick. I want to go look at Nvidia as well as Palantir, as well as Tesla, as well as Apple and Meta. The market is deciding what to do. Looks like it came in wild November. Look at the MACD going bearish from November, top of the October, into somewhere November 7th, and then crazy bullish off the 7th into Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday that it's stuck. Right, the candles wise, the volume didn't, but wow. Do you guys want to see any big like name stocks? Please type them in chat if you guys want to see them. Market trying to flip back up. All right, time is 1:35, and they are cooking 0 DTE cycling now, right? I was expecting somewhere down there, but honestly, they could not do it. They could do it after hours. They could literally be, you know, because of the 0 DTE, right? It changes so much. It's not just like a simple thing, because 0 DTE changes so much. Like, there's a 0 DTE at every single level, right? 674, 673, 672, 671. Like, who knows what they're cooking? They're cooking them all, so yeah, let's just be careful. All right, Nvidia, someone said, all right, NVDA. We are gap filled. This is called gap fill on this, and the only gap that exists is up there now, so maybe they're targeting up, right? The only gap that SPY has is up top now too. So all gap down today has been filled on this move. I don't know if that means long-term good, or I don't know, right? But Apple is continuously at all-time highs. Crazy. Meta is not the best. There's a lot of people hurt on Meta on Reddit or online, and they're doing it terrible. That is very terrible. JP Morgan, someone's talking about. JP Morgan, I used to do a long time ago too, but like, yeah, good luck on that for you, but I have a thing against financials now. I just let the thing run because the financials run like crazy. JP Morgan, though, every single time they pull back from some top, they do pull back very violently. Violent, 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 violent. So, violent pullback happening on JP Morgan for sure since November 12th. So, it's really late to the party, right? Since the market's been going down since the end of October, so nothing's really going on JP. Nothing really running away on the market. So we have time to look at everything else, folks. Okay. What else? Tesla, right? Tesla is at 406, finding support. So it filled the gap at 397. 397 was the level I marked, and I called out some point here in October. I think it was like October or something, somewhere here. I was like, hey, in like a month or two, right, somewhere tariff times maybe too, like November 1st, but it was like a little bit after November 2. But at some point here, I was like, hey, it looks like they're extending, and it's going to be the second or third week of November, and this is the second ending week of November, right? And they gap filled the crap out of 398 and then came right back up. That gray box they've been using for literally a month has been lost. So who knows where they're going with that? Guess we'll find out. Palantir, I wanted to play this down too, but like it's so hard, right? Big up and then down, up, down. So good for whoever got that thing too, but that's insane. What is this? 192 to 163. It looked crazy bullish. Let's not lie. You guys understand how crazy Palantir looked bullish at 192? This is truly, right? Dr. fucking Barry and all his fucking homies. No, I'm kidding. That's crazy, dude. Like, I literally called out when we were going up to the top. I was like, oh, this is looking like a possible something like this. This is looking like a possible something like this. This is looking like a... I literally called that out. And look at the MACD RSI. It was something like that from earnings day. Insane. Pattern. Bears are here. Right. Bears are here right now. Let's see how low they go today. Okay. IWM has been right back into the trend line, figuring out what to do. The bears are here into the end of the day right now. Right. They want to go lower, and then a bear trap is possible. That's my deduction. Right. Let's see. Right, folks. The bears are here. They're pushing it lower right now. Let's see. They're pushing this bitch to VWAP right now, in my opinion. That is my personal opinion, but they're just data bouncing data, whatever, so that nobody can, make any good or whatever, and then they're doing it, I think. Why do I think this? Because my contracts aren't even that much up. It's literally almost the same price as earlier, so it's literally almost the same price as earlier, just a little bit less than 105. So I'm not gonna lie, they are cooking. All right, this is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and things are extending southward since 12:40. 12:40 in the afternoon. All right, time is 1:40. 1:40 is bouncing at the previous day 4 p.m. close at 672. If we break this level, SPY turns red. Why is that important? Because if Friday is red, then Monday south and comes right back up and plays it like lotto, or the market goes way up and then extends way up and comes right to lotto. So why was I in a 1 DTE up here? Because I was targeting here. I was saying somewhere 668. I was being crazy, right? Why? Because I wanted the thing to chop. But it's chopping at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I mean by I do what I do based on what I want to do. people can do whatever they want to do based on whatever they want to do, but a lot of the things they based on doing is based on candles, which is what I used to do, and that shit not good. So all I can say is, you know what I mean? Like, it sounds crazy sometimes and it looks crazy sometimes, but that's how it is every goddamn time until it happens. So, you know, just do realize going into the next time what happened, because that's the only way I literally, you know what I mean? That's the only way I was literally trying to, like, dude, today crazy, right? We went from we were sub 666, we were sub 600, we were at 697, and then we ran to 614, 673. How do we do that? That's the market going all up together. That's the market all deciding to do something together, right? Going all the way from the bottom to all the way to the top. That's the only way. So yeah, Q-Dose, my audio might be bad, but your streak is bad. So good luck on that. Yeah, bye. Okay, time is 1:41. I don't know why you're doing that, brother, but I mean, it's your first chat. Good one, right? Might be an alt account. Time is 1:41. The Bears are pushing at the VWAP right here. I'm expecting. Alright, if the candles are huge, I'm expecting there to be a cycle to trap the 0 DT chasing bears, I think. At this point, things are. I'm still in my 1 DT, but that's what I think. I think they're going to cycle, and then maybe go a little bit lower or not, but there may be a bear trap somewhere here. Chris said IWM downtrend now. Let's go look at IWM. Thank you for saying that, Chris, right? IWM looked crazy bullish until when? 1240. IWM looking crazy weak since when? Not really crazy weak, but like looking stupid weak since when? 1240. So thank you for telling us that, Chris. Right? What does this say? Right? When did we draw this box? I drew this box in the pre-market. I was showing this at 9:30 pre-market. I said, hey, this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They extended it from yesterday, and at some point they're going to trap this crap and go higher, right? And went higher. They did. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Where did they go higher to? Somewhere here. Where did they reject? Somewhere there. Right? Where are we? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They're in a bearish cycle. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. The bears have control with the higher time frame MACD on IWM, QQQ, and SPY, and it is up to the bears to stop the push down lower or not. That is it. That's how simple this shit is. All right, life is simple. Man, all right, it's easy day, easy day. Cycling like crazy, but beautiful. That's all it is. Like every goddamn day, like I say. So. Doesn't even matter, crazy up or down. Same day, every day. Beautiful day. That's all it is. A beautiful day. A beautiful
Managing
day.
partner of I-Squared Capital, Sadek Waba. I-Squared is an infrastructure investment firm with more than $50 billion in assets under management. They've done $5 billion in deals in the last few months alone. Sadek, it's great to have you. I mean, in a lot of ways, you do what Brookfield does in terms of infrastructure investing, but you are, I don't think, in agreement when it comes to building out the data center boom. Why?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I wouldn't say that's exactly right. So I know Bruce is a very good friend, and I generally agree with everything he said in terms of direction. The question goes into the details. So are we investing in AI data centers? The answer is absolutely yes. So, but how are we doing it? First is we're working with Google in building a new data center of something like 400 megawatt in Illinois, which will actually have 90% of carbon capture, and all of that power is going to Google under 20-year contracts to be able to
we are in the
power the data center.
145.
But
the Bears are deciding what to do in the 3/3, whether to
AI,
stop
here
or whether to go lower than 145.
Where they buying the power directly from us, and then they decide how they want to allocate. That's one example. But do I do?
Right. If the 5-minute candle comes in and the volume continuously comes in from here, then they can go lower than VWAP. But right now, the market is deciding. Where is the market deciding? Right where QQQ is about to turn.
Is that the only thing we're doing? No. We're putting $800 million in Indiana to build batteries. And you're going to say, well, what has batteries to do with data centers? Well, you know that over the coming years, we'll need a huge amount of power. And the kind of batteries the components we're building for batteries, made in the US, for US data centers, are going to be a critical part. So what we're trying to do is identify very carefully the areas where we believe, as long-term investors, we can continue to invest in that sector without taking how should I put it, that over-exuberant risk.
So when you say I politely declined in a recent interview, and you were talking about sitting out the sort of AI boom and questions about profitability, just to be clear, so what are you sitting out? What part of it?
So what we're sitting out is the tens, 20, 30 billions that people want to allocate to data centers without fundamentally, or maybe they do, at least from our perspective, we don't see it right now, without fundamentally understanding the nature of the contracts, the fundamental change in technology that is happening as we speak, like day by day practically. And ultimately, your previous speaker spoke about consumption, usage of that AI, right? Do we really understand that model? Is Google, as your previous speaker said, going to dominate, or is it going to be OpenAI? So all of these elements means that there is a higher risk. We invest in infrastructure long-term, over 15 years. So the risk return that I'm seeing here is not totally clear to me. So are we investing in it? Absolutely.
But we're doing singles and doubles here, rather than looking for home runs.
Do you think that
to be able to get the fuck out of my shit at some point?
Enterprise or consumer,
I don't know. I'm waiting.
that if vulnerabilities develop, it will be in the consumer demand?
It could very well be. That's the point. Is I don't have enough visibility to be able to tell you the nature of the consumption. I know that someone like OpenAI needs to add another $1 trillion of investments to reach the kind of revenues, right, that they're targeting. And everyone is saying that in the market. Is that the kind of risk I should be taking as an infrastructure investor that looks to make returns in a particular area? I would say not necessarily. Are there opportunities? 100%. Now, for full disclosure, I'm a shareholder in NVIDIA since 2022. So thank you very much. I've done very well, and I continue to be an investor in NVIDIA. What's the difference? The risk return that you have in investing in the stock of these tech companies at this stage, in my personal view, is more attractive than what you can invest right now in some of the other subsectors.
Let's go! 3/3, folks.
We're building batteries, very attractive. We're building power generation, which does carbon capture. 90% of it is going to be, and it's being purchased by Google. So we are very much active in that sector, but not in the generic, oh my gosh, let's put $10 billion in data centers. That's why I'm saying singles and doubles.
What else? I mean, $5 billion in deals in the last few months. What else is exciting right now in infrastructure? Because data centers do take up a lot of the oxygen in terms of coverage.
Listen, what I think is exciting is what has happened in the U.S. over the last 9 months. You have a new industrial policy, and I wrote about it in Foreign Affairs, which is actually changing the way we're doing long-term investments in the U.S. What the president has done is effectively investing directly in companies, which we've never really done, with a few exceptions. We did it in 2008, right, under TARP, but that was very limited, and banks, you have to pay us back with X interest, and so that was very clear. But there, the strategy is a longer term. You're taking 10% of Intel. You're investing in lithium batteries, as they've done with us. You're investing in rare earths. So there's a whole setup that is being done, which I think is extremely exciting.
So whenever I need more space in my wardrobe.
Right, you see how I have this marked on SPX? 674. When did I mark that? Literally yesterday and Thursday. When did I mark this? 666. Literally yesterday and Thursday. So, 674.5 we played with today and we really lost. All-time high again. So maybe we're gonna Monday play with somewhere here. 674, 666. I have no idea where. But all I'm saying is today the market did what it did, which was 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from Wednesday Thursday. Thursday closed. And then Friday, super bearish. And then super rallied. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then the bulls lost it at where? Previous breakout point of all-time high at 613. 613 was a huge call wall and a put wall for QQQ. When? On Thursday. I called that on Thursday. So Thursday, they dropped the crap out of it below 613. I went to 619 and grabbed liquidity and pumped right back up to where there's a lot of gamma exposure, whatever, 613. And then they lost 613 to 608. There's a gap still on the Qs. That is something. We gotta go look at where the gaps are right now. I think that's the most important thing. So we will look at what the gaps are before market close. There's a gap below, right? There's a gap above. And there is another gap above on the QQQs. So one gap below, two gaps above. SPX. No gaps below. Looks like all gaps filled. Below. There is a gap above. So that is something. And they're bound. They're barcoding here at the previous, say, 4 p.m. close. That is crazy. They are burning the 0 DT bears, right? That's what I said in the WhatsApp group. I said, hey, I'm expecting a massive red candle for me to get out of my 1 DT at some point. Rest of my 1 DTs at some point. But 0 DTs bears, they have hurt and can hurt below the 4 p.m. close, right? And I literally didn't want to get greedy, so I left. But on that note, guys, I'm going to call it for the day. I'm getting off. I'm going to go to work and go eat. I hope you all have a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend. I will see you next week. Bye-bye. I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. All right. Bye-bye. What a day today. Beautiful fucking ending to the week. I am up literally 1.7K for Thursday and Friday now. So let's go. 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 I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Right. If you guys want to ask anything else before I get off, right, ask now. I'm about to head off, yo. Oh lordy. Today was beautiful. Right. But you guys literally all have, deductible things that you could see going into next week. You could all, try to do your own thing best you can. But all I can say is things are dangerous in November. So do note that and be careful. Right. Things are crazy in November. Look at the daily coming in. Right. Look, came in super bearish and then bought it back up. So it's not even it's looking bearish, but it's buying back up at the. We'll find out. Oh my lord. Q. Alright, SOXL. Okay. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? Things are different. Things are literally all in different cycles. Right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. From where? Where is that top? November 9th, October 29th, 2025. Right. Yeah. Ooh. There's a divergence at the roof. Do they burn all the bears here? I actually want to see it real quick. Do you guys think they burn all the bears here or what? Let's see. I want to see what happens. Oh my god.
Traders.
Look at this. Look at this, guys. You guys have to watch this before you go. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. I love you. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Watch this. No, I'm kidding. God damn.
First liquidation. Hey, Scott. So Scott has now erased all of its gains since President Trump's inauguration as forced liquidations accelerate, volatility spikes, and risk appetite fades across the market. More than $1.3 billion in leveraged crypto bets were wiped out in the past 24 hours alone, pushing those funding rates negative and thinning out market depth. Liquidity has dropped sharply, and traders are
continuously lower, right?
Short-term volatility even higher. Meanwhile, a key support for Bitcoin, those spot ETFs, demand is starting to show signs of strain. Flows flipped negative this week, with Thursday marking the second worst day of outflows since they launched nearly 2 years ago. The stress is also hitting those crypto treasury plays. Arkham intelligence data showing that Michael Saylor's strategy, the largest corporate holder of Bitcoin, cut its Bitcoin holdings by 47,000 coins, though Saylor refused that sale on our air earlier today.
I literally, oh my God.
Around 17% so far this week.
Baby. Oh my God.
Along with ETHZilla and Sharpling Gaming are all sharply lower, exposing pressure in Ether proxy trades as well. And crypto, I will say, it remains tightly correlated to the NASDAQ, and it tracked the index's drawdown throughout the week, and we have seen Bitcoin recover from this
crazy. Oh my God, that's $100.
Momentum rolling over, technical sellers stepping in.
Look, I wanted to short
at
280, guys.
Regulatory tailwind fading.
With
this
half
is still
of my
a
Nvidia
real
puts, I wanted to
departure
short at
from
280.
November norms, with digital assets taking an uncharacteristic breather this month. Scott,
do you have a view, or do the people that you speak to about this on the notion that as popularity for crypto treasuries increases, the volatility around Bitcoin also increases, or as more money starts going towards crypto treasuries, maybe money comes out of Bitcoin as a pure play?
20.
Precisely, and so much of where we saw Bitcoin breaking from moves in the NASDAQ came from this inflow, all these institutional inflows into the spot Bitcoin ETFs. And then this summer, you saw this surge in the digital asset trade, those DATs. And then that's what's led to more of this volatility as people move from spot trading and from the spot Bitcoin ETFs, which really gave a comfortable floor to the trade into these more volatile plays.
VIX
We're
above
seeing
20
these proxy trades for Bitcoin, for Ether, for Solana, and other altcoins introduce a lot more volatility into the market. And it's also not helping that we're seeing this more liquid and thinning out of the spot market in general.
VIX gap down on Friday. Gap filled. That is something crazy. VIX doesn't really play with the gap a lot, but it did today. It did. Well.
Tech stocks rebounding here after 3 straight days of losses as investors brace for any signs of an AI
you guys
bubble.
Think lower?
But
last
could the
poll of the
private
day,
AI
folks.
markets be
Those
the
that are
source
here.
of any fraud?
Last poll of the
Drew
day.
DeBosa digs into that for today's Tech Check.
Higher or lower? Everyone just
happy Friday, Carl. So yes, if you are worried about a bubble in AI, you really can't ignore what's happening in private markets.
I don't even care if
startup losses, they are the engine of this boom. Every dollar they burn on compute turns into revenue for Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, and others, creating the cycle where private losses sustain public profits. Now, mega-cap earnings, yes, they're booming. That is an argument for the bulls. But it is being propped up by these startup losses, which are increasing. Now, there's, of course, the obvious players. We talk about them all the time. OpenAI and Anthropic, two of the largest that are spending big on chips and data centers supplied by mega-cap tech, losses in the tens of billions. Increasingly, though, there's another rising cohort of unprofitable and, in some cases, productless startups funding the boom. Yesterday alone, AI startups Cursor, ex-OpenAI CTO Mir Murati's thinking machines, Elon Musk's XAI, raising billions upon billions of dollars.
Yo, that's
Cursor
crazy, though. I literally
$30
said in the WhatsApp group, right? It's probably going to bull trap advanced level and then bear trap, but like I was thinking somewhere down there, but like,
Cursor
wow.
spends millions on models like
this shit is
Anthropic's
data
for
cooking.
AI-first coding for its customers, which in turn pays big tech for compute. Now, these startups and dozens more like them, they're spending heavily on compute. That money flows back to big tech, feeding those same earnings that keep the public AI trade afloat. So it's this cycle that sort of reinforces itself. Think about the news earlier this week. SoftBank cashing out entirely of its investment in NVIDIA, the biggest public winner of the boom, to put that money into OpenAI, one of its biggest private loss engines. So the irony here is this, guys. The higher the losses in public markets, the better the profits look in public ones. And that makes the AI economy both bubbly and circular, inflated by optimism and sustained by its own losses.
I can see that too. There's a divergence at the root.
And the money that's fueling them pull back. The mega-cap earnings story, that
Adam
goes with
says
them.
the trend is your friend, and the trend is still up.
Yeah, which is why it's
that's
not,
a fair. I
not
can't
hard
lie. You
to
cannot
connect
lie.
the
You know what I
dots.
mean?
You can look at SoftBank
6,
if you're wondering
13,
how the market would value,
6:10 is reachable in like an hour.
OpenAI business update, and now the many
2 p.m. It's not even
semiconductors that
power
are also
hours. So
involved
technically
in the
speaking,
OpenAI story. That's why the circular
some
nature,
sort of
I think, raised
setup
a lot of
saying,
eyebrows.
hey, we could target
Right,
up
and
there.
SoftBank is such a good
but
example because it's kind
you
of
gotta
a kingmaker
realize
in
that
this
could
space, right?
also
It likes to
be
make
a
really
part of
big
the trend.
bets on
So
startups And it doesn't care all that much about losses. We've
Just
seen
like
that
how
time
the
and
1
time
minute
again.
gaps are
so the fact that it's sort of taking money out of its public market bets and a winner like NVIDIA to put them into money-losing companies to, again, prop up this sort of circular economy, AI economy, that is certainly something that investors should be paying attention to.
Okay, Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre Bosa.
Comcast Business
talking with this. That is true. All right. We should look at the higher time frame right now, the 5-minute and the 15-minute MACD. Is it coming back? I would never have seen Bitcoin going lower today, but I mean, wow. Here's JP Morgan Chase replies.
We have some breaking news right now on JP Morgan. Eamon Javers joins.
JP Morgan Chase.
We have some breaking news right now on JP Morgan. Eamon Javers joins us now. Eamon, what do you have?
Contessa, that's right. JP Morgan now responding to that social media post earlier in the day from President Trump. Remember, President Trump posted that he wanted his Department of Justice to investigate JP Morgan, former President Bill Clinton, and a host of others for their connections to Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced and now deceased sexual predator. The president's been under a lot of political pressure here for his own connections with Jeffrey Epstein due to these emails that were released earlier in the week. This morning, he called for an investigation into other people's relationships with Jeffrey Epstein, and now JP Morgan responding to that. Here's their statement. They say the government had damning information about his crimes and failed to share it with us or other banks. We regret any association we had with the man, but did not help him commit his heinous acts. We ended our relationship with him years before his arrest on sex trafficking charges. Now, remember, Contessa, the JP Morgan was Jeffrey Epstein's bank for a number of years. We at CNBC detailed that relationship as it came out in court filings about 2 years ago. So this is well-known information about the relationship between JP Morgan and Jeffrey Epstein. Still, the president suggesting that he wants more detail on that relationship, and JP Morgan responding the way they just did.
Well, that is huge. At 12 p.m., right, I said something cooking, and that was what was cooking. The 5-minute MACD being super up like that, and then pulling back. Cook. Wow. That is a huge day. All right, guys, I'm going to go. I'm going to be on the WhatsApp, Discord, or